Hi everyone, and welcome back to my channel. First off, let me apologize for missing last week and not uploading an audiobook. I know so many of you are following along weekly, and I thank you for that. We were actually in Winnemucca, Nevada for the Silver State International Rodeo. It's a high school sanctioned rodeo. I should say high school rodeo association sanctioned rodeo. Whew, see why I didn't say it in the first place. And my children competed, but also my dog competed, and drum roll, she took home the championship dog collar for the second year in a row. Here's her race. Go, dog, go, go, go! Yeah! As you can see, my gorgeous border collie blew him all out of the water. She was in first place from the get-go. That was the all-around race. She also took first place in the medium dog race, so she kind of killed it. We came home with 2 collars, 2 tags that say Silver State International Rodeo with their insignia on it, and a whole bunch of new dog toys, which she was really excited about. She actually slept with the little, they gave her a ducky squeaky toy. It's not like the rubber ducky. It was like a rubber ducky chew toy for a dog. She slept with that one that night during the fireworks because she does not like fireworks. Anyway, we are super thankful to everybody who helped put on that rodeo. And I actually had a really fun idea for a story. Harvest Ranch is a place that I absolutely love, and the stories there are fabulous. And the Westbrook family is a rodeo family. They're ropers, which I spend a lot of time with ropers. Wild child kind of daughter, the one who doesn't want to fall in line and do what everybody else does. I had an idea for her story, which has been sitting in the back of my mind. She's been in the back of my mind because I've been wanting to write her story, but I haven't been sure where to put it. And while I was at the rodeo, I had an idea for her story. So I'm going to jot that down. And I feel like there's a missing element, so I'll wait till that pops up before I start writing it. But today we are headed off to a seaside town of Santa Barbara, which I love visiting. It's one of my favorite places on earth to be. I enjoy the beach. I enjoy the wildlife. So if you haven't been to Santa Barbara before, I highly recommend you go. And if you can't make it, then listen to this audiobook. But exciting news. Yeah, I'm a little chatterbox today. Right before we left for Nevada, literally like 12 hours before, one of our hens came out of the weeds, and behind her came 1-day-old baby chicks. And we just kind of counted as they came out of the weeds, and there were 8 brand new baby chicks, which it was a great thing she came out that day because we have a neighbor that was doing chores, and we were able to get the special food for the babies and get them in a coop and get them in a safe space while we were gone. And so her timing couldn't have been perfect. This mama chicken was amazing, and we're all so excited. We were not expecting, we had no idea she was brooding out there. And so this was just a super fun surprise. So 8 new baby chicks. We have not named any of them. We don't even have a name for the mama. We just call her Mama. If you have names for chickens, I would love to hear them. I think there's some great ones out there. And I know breakfast, lunch, and dinner are kind of a given. So let's put those off the table and pick something brand new.
Her Brilliant Billionaire Doctor. A romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Read by Christina Dymock. Prologue. Dr. Scott. Dr. Scott. Running his hands up the sides of the dark wood, Dr. Lucas Scott gripped the edge of the lectern, feeling the corners dig into his palms. The slight pain helped ground him so that he could mentally stay in this room. There were so many things wrong with this moment that he felt as though he stood outside of his body, watching the drama unfold. His eyes lifted from the mesmerizing grain pattern to the masked faces in the room. Their eyes were visible above the blue disposable masks, sharp as predators and hungry as wolves. The press room was filled to the gills, as his sister would have said. Not finding a safe harbor in the sea of faces eager for a scandal, he ignored their frenzied attempts to gain his attention and began his prepared speech. With concentrated effort, the typed words swirled into focus. As many of you know, Germtech Pharmaceuticals has been researching a cure for the Indian butterfly flu. Researching was a mild word. They were hunting the strain of bacteria that was slowly killing hundreds of people, with the promise to take up thousands more should it spread to other continents. They were close, so close to the answer. The reporters quieted down and shifted to the edges of their seats. They held their phones out, ready to record the words that would destroy Lucas's legacy and broadcast them across the internet and on every reputable, and not so reputable, news show. He'd be a meme by sundown. Lucas's lips continued to read the speech prepared by his top-notch PR team exactly as written. He may have been speaking about dissolving his management team and the steps they'd taken to ensure Germ-Tech Farm would continue to provide high-quality medications for those with liver damage, diabetes, and many, many other conditions, but his mind was back at his sister's bedside as she'd slipped away from this life and into the next. Brianna's cheeks had borne the rash that gave the butterfly flu its name. The red and purple splotches had spread out from her nose and swooped into her hairline, mirror images like the wings of a butterfly. Her sea blue eyes had been rimmed in red. Her lips had been cracked and her throat had been constantly dry, which made every word spoken a chore. Brianna had asked Lucas to take care of her husband, Tyler, and their 3 boys. She'd told him to keep them close and to not forget that he was loved. She must have known how easy it would be to lose that sense of belonging when she was gone, because he felt empty and alone in a world that was quickly turning against him. Swallowing back the emotion building in his throat, Lucas wrapped up his speech. "I will be stepping down as head of Germ-Tech Farm for the time being." The reporters gasped in unison, no doubt adding a soundbite for the evening news. He paused to take a much-needed breath, and the Barracuda jumped in. "Mr. Scott, what do you have to say to consumers who have trusted your products for years?" Tossing her medium-length blonde hair over her shoulder, the reporter bared her overly bleached teeth in a predatory smile. Germ-Tech Farm has never sold a medication that has not been cleared by the FDA. In fact, we consistently go above and beyond the minimum requirements set forth in FDA guidelines, replied Lucas. The other reporters took her interruption as an open door to throw their questions in his face like buckets of salty water. "Is it true that you were close to a breakthrough on the cure?" asked Rudy Carmelin. He was a decent fellow, the type that took a guy out for dinner and drinks instead of grilling him outside his front door first thing in the morning. Of course, in this situation, when reporters smelled blood in the water, niceties were set aside. Lucas defaulted to the answers he'd memorized weeks ago. "The butterfly flu poses an interesting challenge, and we are always up for a challenge." "But you just said you dissolved your team." "Yes, the team that was working on a cure is no longer functioning." "Then who's going to stop it?" Rudy pressed. His forehead wrinkled with worry, and he exchanged a look with the man sitting next to him, Brad something or other. Several others whispered, their heads bent together. They saw him as the smartest man in the field. He probably was, but he'd done something stupid. Not that he regretted trying. How could he not try to save Brianna? If only it had worked. If only he'd been as smart as they all thought he was. Let them find a new savior. "I'm out." "There are several other companies working on a cure at the moment." "Are they close?" asked a man who had just graduated from his mom's razor to a 4-blade. Normally, Lucas wouldn't give this kid a second look, but the group collectively held their breath, waiting for an answer. The country, the world even, was on high alert. No one wanted to lose someone they loved because of a flu. The problem was that the illness didn't behave like any flu the world had seen before. Suspicions over chemical warfare, terrorism, population centralists, and more were thrown about over social media, ranging from websites from the guy who lived in a basement apartment to the highest level of government. The truth was that no one knew what the truth was, and everyone was scared. Lucas's labs had thrown their hat in the ring to come up with a cure or even prevention, along with several other companies. However, he was months ahead of the others simply because he'd personally taken on the challenge and not left the lab for a month. I am not privy to their research and can't answer that question. The barracuda had been silent for too long. Like her namesake, she'd hovered, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Mr. Scott, is it true your sister contracted the butterfly flu on her trip to India 3 months ago? No further questions. Lucas stepped away from the podium. He was out. Brianna was off limits. She wasn't about to let him get away now. And is it also true that she died because your team gave her an experimental drug? I don't know. A part of his brain said that she would have died anyway. But the other part of him wondered if he'd played a part in her death. Clamping his teeth shut, Lucas did the only thing he could think of. He turned his back on the microphone, on the screaming reporters, on the company he had built from the ground up, and walked away. Once in the private hallway, Lucas yanked his tie over his head and threw it on the floor, where he proceeded to grind it into the carpet. His anger satiated for the moment, he glanced up to take a cup of ice water from his personal assistant, Juanita. Her coal-black eyes were full of concern. He'd told her he planned to step down just moments before the press conference. He'd asked her to stay on as his assistant, working from home if necessary to escape the pandemonium that was sure to follow his announcement. She'd agreed, much to his relief. "Where will you go?" Juanita asked. "Someplace where no one will find me." Lucas hadn't given it much thought. When his account lit up with Google alerts, all painting him as a mad scientist with a Superman complex, he realized that distancing himself from GermTechParm during this time would be better for investors and for the overall image of his company. Running away, as some might term it, wasn't his style, but his grieving and lonely heart wasn't up for a fight. His sister had shown him true, unconditional love, and her passing left a hole he wasn't sure could ever be filled. But the flu, Juanita pointed down the hall to where his research lab was waiting for him to run yet another test on Butterfly 241. She had a husband, 3 children, and 2 grandchildren she loved with all her heart. If they caught the flu? He shook his head. The lab wasn't an option. With the investigation into Brianna's death, the FDA put Lucas on probation. He wasn't a hero. He couldn't save his sister, and he could barely take care of himself at the moment. He drained the cup in his hand. "It's not my problem anymore." Dr. Lucas Scott handed Juanita the empty water cup and exited the building. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing more to say. Chapter 1. "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty." Jessica Lee set the plate of tuna fish on the warm asphalt behind her veterinary clinic, just far enough out of the cardboard box that the ginger-haired cat would have to stretch to reach a nibble. The strong-smelling fish would win over the cat's tummy long before Jessica could coax her out of her hiding spot with a soft word or kissing noises. Catching the stray was a matter of patience and time. When it came to animals, Jessica had all the patience in the world. People? Not as much. She checked her oversized watch. Her first appointment would arrive in 7 minutes, and Jessica hadn't even put her lab coat on yet. As a veterinarian with a small clinic in Santa Barbara, she understood that her clients, and their owners, had schedules to keep. She'd arrived with plenty of time to sign purchase orders and give the animals in the kennels a once-over before the doors opened, when through the cement walls of her office she heard the hungry wail of a miserable cat. How could she turn her back on that sound? Doing so would be like sinking her own houseboat, impossible. Emily, her office manager, had heard the same noise. With a dramatic sigh, she'd grabbed a box of rubber gloves. "Let's get this over with." 5 years of working side by side had given the two of them close to mind-reading abilities when taking care of patients. Emily knew Jessica was too soft-hearted to let the cat starve. She also knew that the clinic would soon have an orange-colored resident roaming the back room. It wasn't enough to feed the strays, they needed to find her or him a home. On Jessica's part, she knew that Emily would not want to be on the front lines. She'd been scratched up a couple of times, and her PTSD over the incidents kept her out of Claw's reach. The cat poked a pink nose out, tentatively sniffing the air. Jessica glanced up to make sure Emily was ready with the animal snatcher, a long pole with a loop at the end that would slip over the cat's head, allowing them to maneuver her into a pet carrier without being shredded by her claws. The box opened a little wider, and Jessica was evaluated by one bright green eye. The animal's fur wasn't too matted, and there were no visible scars. Instead of calling to the cat again, Jessica averted her gaze and held her breath. Thinking that the coast was clear, the cat darted for the fish, and Emily snagged her, or him. The cat yelled as if the dogs of hell were on its tail as Emily pushed it into the crate and Jessica closed the door. Nice. Jessica fist bumped Emily. The cat continued to protest being locked up. This one seems a bit feral, said Emily as she tucked a stray piece of mousy hair behind her ear. They all seem like that at first. All it takes is a little love and grooming, and they become responsible citizens again. Jessica picked up the pet carrier, and Emily retrieved the tuna. Let's use that to give her a sedative so she doesn't disturb the other patients. Emily nodded. If your clients knew you brought in strays, she left the thought to hang there like an ex-boyfriend's old jacket. Emily's clients were conscientious about caring for their animals. They were the type who invited a dog or cat not only into their house, but into their family. The owners would take their dogs out on Saturday as they shopped on State Street or walked Santa Barbara's coast. They put them in sidecars on their motorcycles and bikes. They had their pets' teeth cleaned regularly and bought organic dog and cat food. In short, they were wonderful people and kindred spirits who brightened Jessica's day. Since opening her office on Lower Haley Street 6 years before, Jessica had set some deep roots in the city she'd only visited as a teenager. Instead of responding to Emily's worries and allowing the bad vibes into her clinic, Jessica opened the bright blue metal door and motioned for Emily to go in first. Emily was probably right about losing business because of her softness for strays, but she just couldn't help herself. They were so lost and alone, not helpless by any means, but nothing and no one should go through this life feeling unloved. Not when Jessica had enough love for them all. To their left was Jessica's office. She and Emily shared the small space, since Emily was the one who did payroll twice a month, ordered supplies, paid the rent, and pretty much made sure things didn't fall apart at the seams. To their right was the grooming room, complete with a full-sized shower stall for the larger dogs and a sink where the smaller ones were bathed. Anthony would be in later to get the suds going. The stray cat would need a good going over, but that would have to wait. They passed the bathrooms and laundry closet on the right and turned into the operating room on the left. Jessica retrieved a small packet of sedative and handed it to Emily, who had slipped on a thicker pair of rubber gloves. She was going to have to open the cage, and Jessica didn't blame her for wanting protection. They never really knew what a stray cat was capable of doing. Will you check the schedule and see when we can get her in for a full makeover? Jessica asked. Emily mixed the sedative powder in with the tuna. Will do. There was no need to explain what that meant, they'd done this rescue business enough times. Thanks, you're the bomb, Jessica said. She stepped into the hallway just in time to see Olive Ashworth drag her bulldog, Toby, through the front door, his nails scratching against the concrete floor. Toby Mictor Ashworth, you need to behave, chastened Olive. She shook her finger at the dog, and her whole arm flapped along. At 5'2", she was 2 inches shorter than Jessica, which didn't happen a lot in Jessica's life. They both had black hair, though Jessica's was a gift from her Asian American father and Olive's was a gift from the salon. Toby! Jessica smiled as she made her way down the hall. She snagged her lab coat from the hook in the kennel area, noting that Carson, one of the two vet techs, was feeding the animals they'd kenneled overnight. He waved as she passed, and she smiled in return. He'd love the feral little project she'd found in the alley for him today. Toby bounded to her, wagging his tail and sniffing for the treat he knew she'd have. She didn't disappoint, fishing a meaty morsel out of her pocket. "Are you giving Mummy trouble today?" she asked the adorable flat face. Toby dropped his mouth open, panting in response. "What brings you two by?" asked Jessica. Toby had been in the prior month for his shots and wasn't due for another visit so soon. She rubbed his head and decided he didn't feel warm. Madison, the receptionist, burst through the door, her dark brown hair dancing around her head in tight spirals. "On time." "Yes." She pumped her fist. Jessica shared an eye roll with Olive. Madison was late for everything. Thing. Without checking her watch, Jessica knew she was at least 5 minutes late, but for Madison that was as close to on time as they were going to get. "Congratulations." Madison stepped behind the reception desk and hit the spacebar to awaken her computer. Her triumphant grin would last all day and her infectious good mood would spread, which was one reason Jessica didn't mind her arrival being off. "Why don't you and Toby come back to room 1, and we'll take a look at him?" Jessica showed them the way. Once they'd gotten Toby on the exam table, which was no easy feat, Olive explained, "We were at our weekly visit with Ashley." Olive pressed her hand to her heart. "And she said there's something wrong with Toby's liver." "What am I going to do?" "Do you think it could be that awful butterfly flu I keep hearing about on the news?" Jessica shook her head. "The butterfly flu only affects humans, and it's being contained." She hoped it was being contained. Information on the deadly bacteria and the death count came in what seemed like hourly updates. Though it hadn't gotten to California yet, she still saw people wearing masks, and in some cases plastic gloves, in public. A fraction of the news seemed to thrive on spreading alarmist stories, while others did their best to downplay the situation. It was hard to know who to believe. She'd read several of the medical papers published earlier in the year and drawn her own conclusions. Until further information became available, the whole country was in a holding pattern. People, like animals, didn't do well in limbo. Trying to help Olive focus on the subject and stay calm, Jessica asked, "Ashley said liver?" Ashley was a pet psychic with an office a few doors down. She had referred clients to Jessica for health concerns before and was usually spot on. Donning a pair of gloves, Jessica checked Toby's eyes for jaundice. They were a little bloodshot but not at all yellow, which didn't indicate a problem with his liver. "Has he been eating?" "Same as always." Olive tucked her arms around herself as Jessica asked questions of a private nature about Toby and his bowels. Once the exam was complete, Jessica snapped off her plastic gloves. "I don't see any signs of liver disease, but I'd like to get a blood sample and run some tests, if you're okay with that." Olive covered Toby's ears. "You know how he is with needles." "Do I ever?" "I can have Carson hold him if you want to wait in the front with Madison." Sighing, Olive agreed it was the best course of action. Carson was a gentle giant whom animals gravitated to like chickens to a rooster for protection. With Carson's strength, they were able to make short work of the process and had Olive and Toby reunited and on their way in no time. "I'll run this and let you know." Carson hurried to the lab with the vial that would hopefully clear Toby's health. "Thanks." Jessica called after him. "I need you to sign this order form." Emily held out the paperwork while Jessica washed and dried her hands. There were 2 more dogs and a cat waiting in reception already, the feline hissing up a storm. Thankfully, Jessica's stray had eaten the tuna and fallen into a peaceful sleep. She could only imagine the noise in the building if the alley cat was still awake. Jessica took the offered pen and scratched her name on the line with the X. "A bunch of us are going out tonight. Wanna come?" asked Emily. Her hopeful hazel eyes said this was more than just a random invite. Jessica gave her usual response, "No thanks." Emily followed her down the hall. "Come on. Daniel has this friend, he's super cute. I think you'd like him. And if you do, we can double date." Intrigued, because Daniel was a great guy who had stolen Emily's heart, Jessica considered the offer. She had an awful dating history. Just awful. But something in her heart wouldn't let her give up. God made Adam for Eve, right? There had to be someone out there who didn't make burping noises at the table, ask her for free pet advice, or expect her to pick up the tab. Emily had great taste in men, so Jessica asked, "What does he do?" "He's a graphic designer." Jessica sighed. "It'll never work. I'm too practical for someone with an artistic side." Emily gave her shoulder a little push. "That's not true." Jessica shook her head. "Remember Ethan? He was too young for a commitment. It had nothing to do with being artistic." Jessica harumphed. "Andrew? He was just weird. What was with that Rasta hat he wore all the time anyway?" Jessica grinned, having saved her ace in the hole for last. "And Nicholas? Okay, that one was bad." Emily tapped the pen against her clipboard. "But what if this time it's different? You're the one who's always telling me to put good vibes out there in the universe, and good vibes will come back." She shook Jessica's shoulder. "Come on, where's those good vibes?" Jessica laughed. She couldn't argue with herself. "All right, I'll go." Ee. Emily hugged her. "You're going to love having a boyfriend." Jessica hugged her back. "I don't need a boyfriend, I need a dog. But since I can't have one of those, I'll settle for the ones I see here. We'll see about this guy." "Ha! You just wait, Jessica Lee. One day a man's going to sweep you off your feet, and you'll forget all about your love for four-legged animals." Emily hurried away, probably hoping to get out of there before Jessica thought better of going on another blind date. Jessica ducked into exam room 3, where she was greeted by a litter of dachshunds and Dixie, their overprotective, teeth-bearing mother. The puppies had different colored ribbons around their necks. They'd no doubt had the same color since taking their first breath. Jessica kept track of birth order so that when buyers inspected the pups, they could always pick out their favorite by the color of ribbon. Jessica smiled at their owner, one of the top breeders in the city. "Hi, Jessica. How many?" "8 this time." Jessica grinned. She patted Dixie's head, and the growling stopped momentarily. "Sorry, Jessica. I know she's a pain, but I couldn't leave her home." Evaluating the once again growling mother, Jessica grinned. "Piece of cake." She held out a treat and began the process of getting Dixie to trust her enough to let her play with the puppies. Since they had a history, and a good one at that, Dixie came around pretty quickly. As Jessica checked the last pup, Dixie nudged her wet nose into her cheek. Dogs, cats, and even gerbils were pretty easy to get along with, it was men she didn't understand. Suddenly dreading the evening Emily had planned, Jessica decided she'd rather face down 20 growling dachshunds than go on another blind date. But she'd given her word, and come what may, she'd be there for Emily no matter what happened with the guy. Chapter 2. A light breeze shuffled across the upper deck of Lucas's California-based houseboat. He'd owned the thing for years, using weekends in Santa Barbara as an incentive or bonus for his team members when they'd pushed too hard for too long. Even though he'd always pushed the hardest, this was the first time he'd set foot on deck. The houseboat was the one and only in Santa Barbara's harbor, having been grandfathered in before city ordinances banning them were passed. At every other slip was a sailboat. In varying shapes, sizes, and state of repair, or disrepair, as the case may be, they were a sight to behold. Maybe he'd buy one and take some lessons. Yeah, and maybe he'd jump in the water and wash his hair. Situated on a short finger directly off the main dock, his two-story houseboat was easy to access. A small patio with a couple of chairs and a heavy table greeted visitors, not that he'd have any. A circular staircase led to the upper deck, where the view encompassed the marina and mountains. Moored on his 40-foot-wide tide port of the houseboat was his unused fishing boat. In a couple days, he might actually try it out. Not that he'd been fishing in a long time, he didn't even know if there was a pole on board. But it sounded like a good way to kill time, and that's all he had going for him right now. Inside, the lower level of the boat had an open floor plan where a seating area, table, and galley appeared spacious, though in reality they were quite compact. Through the galley there was a utility room, and on the other side of that was a glass-ceilinged hot tub space. Upstairs was also open, the entire space was used as a master bedroom. Surrounding the room was a 4-foot-wide deck that afforded stunning views of the sunrise, the sunset, and the entire harbor, or so he'd been told. Intent on finding out if the view was as good as he'd heard, Lucas ventured out of the bedroom to take in the breakwater protecting the marina and a side view of Stern's Wharf. He scanned the skies. No clouds, just blue as far as the eye could see. He liked the openness. The airiness brought a sense of security he didn't feel in the big city that had turned on him. With the iron-gated, keyed entrance to the harbor, he felt sheltered from the paparazzi that had hounded him since the press conference last month. They'd besieged his homes in D.C., Phoenix, and then Beverly Hills as Lucas moved from one to the other, trying to find a moment to grieve the loss of his sister. Unlike his homes in the city, where the press could hide behind his neighbor's lilacs, the houseboat was a haven. Dissolving his research team who worked on a cure for the butterfly flu was the hottest scandal since Enron, OJ, or Trump's impeachment trial. In a moment of clarity, or perhaps stupidity, he'd paid his maid $1,000 to sneak him out of his house in the trunk of her car. When she'd slammed on the brakes and he'd rolled hard into the sidewall, he began to rethink his life choices. However, she managed to get him to the bus depot without being followed. From there, he paid cash for a bus ticket to Santa Barbara, hoping to throw the Barracuda and the rest of the flesh-eating reporters off his trail. After 24 hours of silence, followed by several "where is he now" online articles posting, he finally started to relax. Settling into a deck chair, he closed his eyes and leaned his head back to let the sunshine warm his face. His boat had been well maintained over the years, a feat he'd have to thank Juanita for, because he had no idea what it took to keep this thing afloat. She'd given him a run-through over the phone and emailed several documents, which he'd scoured with all the hunger of a mind used to solving complex problems. Even in his fog of grief, his brain wouldn't shut down. For a moment, he thought about checking in with Juanita, and then he banished the thought. Juanita could run his life without him there, that's why he'd hired her. The board could handle his company. If there was an emergency, someone would call. Or maybe they wouldn't. What did he care? He allowed his thoughts to wander and found himself pondering the butterfly formula written across the whiteboard in his head. The numbers and letters organized themselves like soldiers on a battlefield. His hand itched to hold a dry erase marker. The pull of the puzzle never quite left. You could take a microbiologist out of the lab. He ran through the list of possible additives. If they moved the coefficient. A little help here? Hey! You! Up top! Mentally jarred by the intensity in the female voice, Lucas swiped the board clean, knowing the formula would be there when he came back to it, and jumped to his feet. He scanned the dock and found it empty. Down here. A woman treaded water on the port side, next to the side tie. She was pulling a blonde person behind her and trying to lift the limp body onto Lucas's boat. Oh no. This would never do. He was off the grid. Drama was his enemy, and this situation had drama written all over it. Nevertheless, he hurried down the spiral staircase and across the patio, where he landed hard on his knees, throwing his hand out to offer help. Here. She shoved a head of wet hair into his palm. He scrambled for a handhold. There was nowhere without hair. It wasn't a person. He struggled with his grip on the long-legged, bony-ribbed creature. Finally, Lucas grabbed the beast around the chest, and he heaved aboard. Overwhelmed, he landed on his back with the dog on top of him. Both of them panted, and neither moved. Well, this is a first, Lucas quipped as water soaked into his shirt and pants. The woman, soaking wet and weighing less than the behemoth lying across his chest and breathing foul air into his face, leaned over the two of them and smiled. Lucas's whole world, so dark and dreary only moments before, lit up with that smile. He stared into her almond-colored eyes, mesmerized by the light and innocence he found there. She was a tiny thing, and yet there was a strength inside of her that called out to him. For the first time in a very long time, he felt safe, and that was saying something, considering the situation he found himself in at the moment. She dropped to her knees and lifted the animal's eyelids, then his lips. He allowed her sure and thorough examination as if this was a regular occurrence for him. The whole experience was surreal. This wasn't Lucas's life, which was the point of coming to Santa Barbara, but he wasn't sure he was ready for this much of a change. Had he saved a dog from drowning? Was that something he did now? The beautiful woman's medium-length hair dripped cold water onto his arm, letting him know that this wasn't some sort of weird dream. He would not wake up in the chair on the top deck. He blinked just in case. Nope. This was real. And so was she. Which was wonderful, considering she was stunning and leaning over him the way a mermaid might right before she kissed a man. He wouldn't be opposed to a kiss from a mermaid. Perhaps he had fallen and hit his head? That would explain his messed up thought process. He seems fine, you can let him up, she said. Lucas squirmed. For a skinny animal, he sure was heavy. I think it's the other way around. Her laughter sparkled like the sunlight across the water. Come on, boy. The dog slimed Lucas's cheek with his tongue. Lucas's arms flew up to protect his face from another attack. The dog managed to dig an elbow and a paw into Lucas's stomach before getting to his feet. What's his name? She asked. Lucas swiped his face clean and came away with a palm full of foamy slobber. Disgusting. I don't know. He stared at his hand, wondering where to wipe the dog spit. Check his tags. She examined the shaggy mutt, and then him. What do you mean? Isn't he yours? Lucas shook his head. No, he swiped his hand against his pants. He'd have to wash them anyway. He pushed up to sitting and eyed the animal. At some point, he was going to shake, and Lucas's need for a shower would be undeniable. Of course he's yours. I saw him fall off this boat. She scratched behind the dog's ears as if his fur wasn't wet. The harbor master is pretty strict about animal regulations. I know. I read the contract. The last thing Lucas needed was to get harbor patrol involved in anything relating to his life. Wasn't all that stuff public record? He couldn't afford a citation, the press would eat it up. He grunted as he got to his feet and found his 6'1" frame towering over his uninvited guests. How tall was she? Swimming in the harbor is off limits, too. Holding up both hands, she said, "Heaven knows I'm the last person to report anyone for a pet violation, but you should leash or kennel him until he gets used to his new home. He was swimming in circles, and had gone under a couple times before I reached him." "He's not my dog," Lucas insisted. "Sure he is. You're the new guy, this is the new dog." Her eyes flashed with triumph. "Sorry," he growled. Her brow furrowed, and Lucas noticed a tiny vertical line appear above her nose. Most of the women he worked with would have had that Botoxed. He liked that she hadn't, that she didn't seem to mind her wet, shoulder-length hair or her soggy clothes hugging her in all the right places. She was, in the oddest ways, at peace with herself. He found that it was downright attractive in a woman. "Then whose dog is he?" she asked. They both regarded the animal, who barked. Lucas shrugged. "There goes my date," she muttered before motioning to the parking lot above them. "I can take the dog back to my clinic, but I'll have to dry him off first." "Do you have towels?" Lucas thought about his towel situation. His whole collection consisted of a body towel that he'd used to clean up the Mushu pork incident last night and a hand towel he'd used to dry off after an incredibly short shower this morning. "Not that I want to use on that filthy thing." Okawaye. Her hand went to her forehead as if he were the issue here, not the homeless animal. "I have some. Keep him here. I'll run to my place and grab them." As she moved to leave, he hooked her elbow, the contact causing a sense of awareness under his skin. He pushed it away and said, "Take him with you." Lucas had no experience with dogs, well, no pleasant experiences with them. He didn't think getting chased by an angry mutt when he was 7 counted for anything. Now that he was out from under the beast, he didn't like the look in its eye. What if it turned on him when she wasn't around? "I can't." "You hauled him aboard. You can take him." She glanced down at where he still held her arm. His grip was soft and her skin warm, like she'd been lying in the sun for hours. With some effort, he released her. His hand instantly felt the loss of contact. "No, I mean I can't be seen with a dog," she clarified. "What?" "It's a long story that involves a labradoodle, a greyhound, and a paddleboard. There's not really time to explain, he's shivering and the patrol comes by at 6. He kept up with her conversation easily enough. There was a story there, one that sounded like the start of a bad joke. He wanted to ask her more, but he had a reputation to hide and his privacy to protect. "No. No. And no." He folded his arms. Her eyes narrowed. "Sit," she commanded the dog while pointing at the deck. The trader plopped his backside on the wood and barked. She smirked. "I guess he's staying." Lucas pointed to the dock. "Go home." The dog lay down and crossed his paws, laying his chin on them. "I'll be right back." She took off at a light jog, turning right on the main spur, where he lost sight of her. Lucas considered the dog, who was crawling on his belly, inching closer. "Don't get any ideas." The dog stood up and shook, sending water flying in every direction. Lucas put his hands in front of him as if that would stop the torrent. Something slimy hit his calf, and he let out a squeal. His sister would have laughed her head off at the noise. He had the feeling she was close by, doing just that. "Is this your fault?" he called to the air, hoping Brianna could hear him. "Are you trying to tease me from heaven? Because I think that's something they frown on up there." He could swear he heard her laugh. When the dog was done acting like a lawn sprinkler, he settled back down as if he had all day to wait for the little sprite to return with an armful of towels. The dog might have been fine waiting, but Lucas had other things to do. He shook off his arms. Who knew what microbes were in this water? Yuck. There were cons to studying germs for most of his adult life. While he wasn't a clean freak, he certainly didn't have a desire to get sick. He stormed inside to find his pathetic hand towel, being sure to shut the sliding glass door behind him so the dog would know he wasn't invited in. He came out on the patio at the same time the dog-saving Pixie hurdled the space between the dock and his boat. She was some sort of gymnast or dancer with a tight little body and the grace of a swan. She did a visual sweep of the area. Where is he? Lucas stared at the spot where the dog had been just seconds before. A large puddle was slowly evaporating. You don't think? He couldn't finish the statement because it was too horrible to think. They ran to the side of the boat where he'd first found them treading water. The surface was calm and flat. He would have had to run past you on the dock to get out, wouldn't he? Lucas rubbed the small towel through his shaggy brown hair, suddenly realizing how long it had been since he'd had it cut. Or shaved, he thought as he dried off his beard. He wasn't exactly dressed to impress a woman, although impressing a lady should have been the last thing on his priority list. He suddenly wished he'd worn something better than the faded khaki shorts and t-shirt. Not if he went that way. She pointed to the walkway that led up the stairs to the locked gate and out to the parking lot. I guess someone could have let him out. We would have seen a person come in, wouldn't we? She hugged the towels close. I hope he's okay. Her voice was full of true compassion, something that was hard to come by in his life lately. If it was real. Who was she? Had she worked all this up to get on his boat, write a story, and make a name for herself? It sounded crazy, but people had done much worse to get at him. The sooner he got this woman off his boat, the better. Thanks for your help. She turned and smiled at him, lighting his world like a 5,000-watt bolt of electricity. His chest warmed, and he felt like he used to when he figured out a new vaccine or a drug that would help terminally ill patients find relief. He felt almost like himself. Which made her very dangerous. She had him thinking and feeling in all sorts of ways he wanted to avoid. I'm sure he'll be fine. Even if she wasn't a member of the press, she sounded like trouble. What with the labradoodle and the paddleboard thing, wasn't there a horse or something in there too? He shook his head, didn't matter. She needed to leave immediately. She checked a watch the size of an orange on her tiny wrist. Snickerdoodles. I'm going to be late. Without so much as a goodbye, she cleared the patio in a leap any lord would envy and ran toward the showers, still holding the towels to her chest. Lucas watched her go, her ebony hair bouncing with every step and her feet making a hollow sound as they hit the dock. A part of him, the part that used to enjoy life, living, eating, laughing, wanted to chase after her and hear that story, but that part was overruled by the cautious, grieving soul in desperate need of quiet time full of contemplation. Heading back up the staircase, he settled into the deck chair. He needed food. Picking up a container of last night's noodles and giving it a sniff, he decided to live on the wild side. Well, the wild side for a microbiologist. Using yesterday's fork, Lucas took a big bite. Who cared if he got sick? The cold food slid down his throat with more effort than it was worth, and he set the box on the floor at his feet. Being away from the office was like being the odd item in an empty warehouse. Nothing held his interest. Without restrictions, family, or a job, he could drink himself under the tiny table downstairs or get food poisoning and hurl chow mein over the side of his boat. He was free to ruin his life. Who would stop him? The answer bred anger like yeast on sugar. No one. No one out there really cared about him. Forget finding a cure. Forget trying to help. People were mean and demanding and as ungrateful as that dumb dog. You could give them the world, and they'd turn around and ask you why it wasn't gift-wrapped. As a mental exercise in a college class, Lucas had created a memory palace in his mind. According to the professor, doing so would allow them to store vast amounts of information, everything from class notes to medical texts, all retrievable and usable. He had no idea if it worked for the other students. He didn't care, because it had worked for him. He'd earned 5 advanced degrees without breaking a sweat. The structure enlarged to house the many projects he worked on at Germ Tech Farm. The technique of assigning each project a room allowed him to compartmentalize. He closed his eyes and walked through the front doors, up the broad staircase, and to the second floor, where the east wing was dedicated to his research on the butterfly flu. He walked through the room, closing the blinds, shelving books, stuffing papers into filing cabinets, and putting pencils in the cup on the table. With that done, he backed out and shut the doors, turned the key, and heard the lock click. There would be no more puzzling over formulas or testing subjects. He kept his eyes on the carpeted stairs as he went back to the door. He glanced up and was startled to see a dark-haired sprite with almond-colored eyes full of disappointment staring at him from a doorway he'd never seen before. "How did you get in here?" he called to her. She glanced away. Flinging his eyes open, Lucas wrenched himself from the chair. His hands shook. No one ever made it to his mental palace. The place was sacred. Off limits. Lucas trumped down his actual staircase, all while banning the sprite from his memory palace. Despite his efforts to distract himself by ordering pizza, Lucas couldn't quite get his mind to leave her behind, and he found himself pondering a set of high cheekbones and full lips. Curse his eidetic memory. Chapter 3. For the last time, Emily, it wasn't your fault. Jessica switched her cell phone to her other ear to relieve the cramp in her neck. Last night's blind date was a horrible dip into the murky end of the dating pool. She should have known the night was meant for disaster when she'd seen that dog drowning. It was a sign from God that her date was doomed, and she hadn't heeded the warning. And what was up with the guy in the houseboat? He was a hot mess, and she did mean hot. That blonde, wavy hair and his broad shoulders were like honey on toast, sweet. Even with all his blue-eyed goodness, he was a grump and off-putting. She shouldn't have given him a second thought. Instead, he'd popped into her brain throughout the day. She needed to put him in the past. Any man who didn't like dogs was off her dateable list. A list that now only included any Chris that worked on an Avengers movie, and Zac Efron, with dark hair, because the blonde phase was just weird. I should have screened him better, though. Emily's voice cracked like she was working herself up to a good cry. Emily had apologized last night, this morning, at lunch, and then once before she'd left the office for the day. And now she'd called. This had to stop. You didn't know, Jessica insisted. Also, how do you screen an octopus? Jessica was grateful she'd escaped her date with a sense of dignity. At first, she'd thought Paul was an overly affectionate person. He'd put his hand on the small of her back to walk her through the restaurant and played with her fingers during dinner. He'd excused himself to wash his hands after eating ribs, and when he'd come back, he'd sat on her side of the table, invading her space. She'd scooted closer to the wall, only to have him follow. Soon, his hand had been on her knee, then her thigh, and then she'd accidentally dumped her drink in his lap. He hadn't appreciated her laughter as he'd stood there looking like he'd wet himself. He'd huffed out of the restaurant and hadn't returned. She couldn't help but contrast his reaction to that with the houseboat guy's reaction to having a wet dog lie on top of him. Neither man was happy about it, but the houseboat guy had a lot more class. She really needed to stop thinking about him. I'm going to make this up to you, Emily promised. Don't you dare. Jessica half teased, half threatened. That was my last blind date ever. The closer she got to the north entrance of the harbor, the more intently she scanned for a mop of shaggy red hair. She hadn't seen the dog this morning when she'd left for work, and she hoped he was okay. Every time she looked at Ginger, the stray cat who had a penchant for tuna, she remembered the feel of the dog's ribs. He was thin and needed someone to look out for him. Ginger had taken up residence on top of the filing cabinet. She came down for meals and allowed Jessica to scratch behind her ears. Still miffed about the bath, she hissed every time Anthony passed the office door. In another week, she should be ready for adoption. Okay, but hear me out. There's this new guy in my building. He has the dreamiest eyes. Speaking of new guys. Jessica's heart stammered as she remembered the way the houseboat guy's soaked shirt had clung to his well-formed chest. He'd been nice enough to drag them aboard so neither one of them drowned, but he hadn't wanted to get his precious towels dirty. The one he'd used to wipe his hair and arms had to be worth more than her shoes. She'd give him some grace on this one. Everyone who lived near the water had towels for dirty jobs, however, he was new, so perhaps he didn't know. Ugh! Why was she still thinking about him? Her small surge of anger only served to remind her of the sense of rebellion she'd felt when he'd told her to take the dog with her as she'd gone to retrieve her own towels to help the poor animal. The tone in his voice brought out a streak of rebellion she hadn't known she possessed. Normally, she was a peaceful person, having long ago come to an understanding that she was God's child and found serenity in His world. Confrontation was not in her nature, or so she had believed. She'd had the strangest urge to push this guy's buttons. Still, when he gently hooked her arm, she'd felt something stir in her lower belly that she hadn't felt for a very long time. Calling the feeling a deep and abiding interest, she'd been grateful for the excuse to dash off without introducing herself. Looking back, she might have been better off forcing conversation with a guy who clearly didn't want her around than she'd been with the guy who wanted to wrap himself around her and have a jolly good time. With flushed cheeks due to her own lack of mental control, she stopped in her tracks, determined to put her foot down once and for all. She might not be able to get that guy out of her head, but she could get Emily off the matchmaker train. Stop, or I will be forced to fire you. Wait, Tevs. You wouldn't last a day without me. Jessica smiled. True. But I'm off the blind date market. But you owe me a break. Emily sighed. Fine. I guess I'll have to vicariously date him through Madison. It's for the best. Emily would never cheat on Daniel. She probably wasn't even attracted to this guy in her building. Her matchmaking drive came from some internal need to see things paired up. She did it in the office, too. The stapler and the hole punch went together. The filing cabinets were side by side. And the short Q-tips were next to the long Q-tips in all the exam rooms. Jessica hadn't ruled out OCD as a culprit, but she was done being part of Emily's matches. I'm home, gotta go, said Emily. Bye. Jessica hung up and slipped her phone into one of the bags. She heard a bark coming from the beach by the yacht club and looked up in time to see Anna in her green shorts and tan animal control shirt chasing after the red-haired dog. That was the dog. The one she'd pulled out of the breakwater. Relieved that he hadn't drowned after all, Jessica hurried to the cement wall and set her grocery bags down by her feet. Raising a hand, she shielded her eyes against the setting sun so she could watch the chase unfold. I see you found your dog. Jessica jumped and pressed her hand to her chest as her dashing hero appeared out of nowhere. His hair was disheveled and his t-shirt wrinkled, which meant he fit in with the relaxed vibe floating around Santa Barbara. I wish he was my dog, she fully admitted. There was something about the way he carried himself that made her wonder if he normally wore suits. He just had this corporate sharpness to his gaze that took in so much with just one glance. Jessica turned back to the drama unfolding on the beach so she wouldn't stare. The man was in desperate need of a haircut, but under that shaggy brush of hair falling over his brow was the most gripping pair of blue eyes she'd ever seen. Despite the signals her body sent to her brain, she couldn't afford to get caught up in them. Like an undercurrent, they'd pull her to places she was better off avoiding, especially considering her conversation with Emily. He had an iPad tucked under his arm and stood there as if he had all day to do whatever he wanted. Considering what he had to pay to keep his houseboat in the harbor, he had to have money. Jessica sagged. He was just another fly-by-night business tycoon wanting to lie low until his divorce finalized. Not exactly the stuff daydreams were made of, not that she daydreamed about him. Okay, maybe she had, but that was totally understandable, considering the size of his biceps. Out on the beach, the dog allowed Anna within reach and darted away, taunting her. His tongue lolled out as he ran, thoroughly enjoying the game. Anna dropped a swear word. While her eyes focused on the beach, Jessica's body focused on the man standing next to her. She sensed a reserve that even she wasn't accustomed to and a reckless abandon that surprised her. Most people docked their boats and spent a night or two here and there, but there were a few who applied to live here full-time. He must like a minimalist lifestyle. Being a live-in didn't allow for the accumulation of material items, because the plain fact was that there wasn't room to store them on a boat. Jessica's grandpa had retired to the Salty Dog, the boat Jessica now owned and lived on. He'd fished, made friends, and worked on his boat. Now he was gone, but the boat was full of memories. The dog ran straight at Anna, who panicked and dove into the sand, her arms over her head as the animal barreled through the surf without so much as a sideways glance in her direction. Jessica chuckled and caught the new guy's amusement. "I'm kinda rooting for the dog on this one," he said. "As long as you don't have to hand over a towel to dry him off," Jessica teased, surprising herself. "Well, yeah. He has some major hair issues." Jessica narrowed her gaze. "He needs a good grooming. Then he'd be fine." "Right, I'm still pulling hair off my shirt." "Maybe if you changed your shirt once in a while." Jessica's ears burned. Flirting didn't come this easily to her. His brow puckered in confusion. "I changed, didn't I?" He plucked the front of the t-shirt and then brushed both hands through his hair. "I guess the dog isn't the only one who could use a grooming appointment." Jessica chuckled, amused that he didn't take himself too seriously. "Come on down to my clinic. Anthony can give you and Big Red a trim." "What clinic is that?" Jessica bit her cheek. "I have a vet clinic in town." She should so keep her mouth shut. The last thing she needed was this guy checking up on her clinic or telling people she took in homeless animals. She used to bring them home, but after what happened with Mrs. Fisher and the harbor master, that was no longer an option. Instead, she took them to her clinic. Animal control had a 65% placement rate, while Jessica had found a home for every animal she took in. If she wanted to have a place to take animals, she'd curb her tongue. He was pretty worn out after his swim yesterday. "I'd like to make sure he's up on his shots and healthy, is all." He grunted and stuffed his hands into his pockets. "I need immediate mouth surgery to remove my foot." Jessica held her breath. Should she apologize for offering her dog groomer to him? The dog took off at a run down the beach. Anna and her arthritic knees just couldn't keep up. She threw her hands in the air and slowly made her way back to the parking lot where her truck waited. "Looks like he's got plenty of energy today," he commented. He wasn't chewing her out, and he wasn't running to the harbor master to complain, but was he planning to sink her boat in the middle of the night? Jessica eyed him warily. "Yes, and he will probably spend another night outside, poor thing." Visions of the large dog huddled up against a building, scared and shivering, had Jessica rubbing her arms for warmth. "Where do dogs sleep in the wild?" asked the man. "It's not the same thing." Jessica lowered her brow and scowled. "Those animals have instincts and mothers who teach them to hunt and survive. This dog is running on wits and fear." "You're right." He rubbed his chin, musing his beard. "Did he look thinner than he was yesterday?" he asked with a half grin. Jessica shoved his shoulder. "You're not funny." Upset at herself for this off-center feeling that had her paying close attention to his dressing habits, the shaggy hair falling just next to his eye, and his big, bad wolf grin, she picked up one of her bags, hooked it on her arm, and snapped, "How can you not care?" She'd hit a nerve. Not intentionally, but nonetheless he scowled mightily. "I care." Glancing down, she noticed his iPad was open to a news article. "Let's see what you care about." He meekly protested as she slipped the pad out of his hand. The article centered around the recent flu outbreaks and the effect they had on the workforce. Since many American companies outsourced to India, the economy was taking a hit. The butterfly flu? I suppose you care about what's happening in India because it affects your bottom line. He brushed his foot across the concrete. "Not like you think," he said in a low voice. Jessica handed him back his pad. "The butterfly flu is half a world away, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. But that dog is right here, right now. You don't have to go around the world to make a difference." He stared down at the article. Jessica stepped closer and put her hand on his forearm. She stared at where their skin met, wondering why her hand suddenly felt glued to him, as if it had been pulled by some magnetic force and only depolarization could break them apart. "Help me catch him. I know I can find him a home." Lightly squeezing his arm, she flushed all the way to her toes, hoping he'd say yes. His gaze went out across the sand and water, clouded and churning. "I'm done caring." He pulled away. Jessica's hand dropped to her side with a thud. She reached for her other bags, embarrassed to have put herself out there and been rejected. "You're awfully callous for a guy who has made it in this world." He finally met her gaze. His eyes filled with longing, and an overwhelming sense of loss rolled off of him. There was a battle going on inside. She saw the lines of trust and self-preservation ebb and flow. The way he tucked his broad shoulders in, the curve of his back, and the shuffling of his feet were familiar in an unsettling way. Jessica had a sense of having stood in his shoes, of having been where he was, and the connection this created between them startled her. "I'm not the one who's a jerk. The world turned its back on me. Not the whole world." The words came from deep inside, where that still, small voice originated, the voice that assured her throughout life that she was loved by a higher being. She cared. She suddenly cared, quite a bit. Nervously, she moistened her dry lips and waited for his response. He tossed his head. "You don't even know my name." "I don't have to know your name to know you have worth as a human being." Jessica held her breath, wondering if she'd said too much. She couldn't explain why she felt this need to let a stranger know the world wasn't such a cold, dreary place. He stared at her in disbelief. "That's not how the world functions," he said as he slowly turned away. His movements were hesitant, as if he didn't want to go but was making his feet obey. The more distance he put between them, the faster he moved. Jessica called out, "It should." Using his key fob to unlock the gate, he looked over his shoulder and then tucked his head down and hurried back to his boat. Not knowing if she'd gotten through to him, though suspecting she'd only made things worse, Jessica hefted the heavy grocery bags over her arms. The least he could have done was hold the gate, she griped. A woman pushing a stroller glanced at her and then hurried past. Jessica grinned. That's why she needed a dog, so that when she talked to herself, she wouldn't seem crazy. Pet owners talked to their animals all the livelong day and were still considered productive and sane members of society. As she fumbled for her own key fob, she thought about the sadness in the man's eyes and realized where she'd seen that kind of sorrow before. It was the same weary and heartbroken dullness an abandoned animal portrayed, an animal that came from a loving home only to be forced out on its own to survive. He wasn't a stray, not the kind she was used to. Nope, he was most definitely a man with dark and unfathomable eyes. Too bad she couldn't take the handsome stranger home, he could use a little TLC. She rolled her eyes at herself. Emily was starting to rub off on her. No boyfriends, no blind dates, and no getting caught up in a rich man's drama. Nope, it was better to stick with four-legged companions. Chapter 4. The closer Lucas got to his houseboat, the louder his steps on the dock. What does she know about making a difference? She chased unwanted animals around the harbor and made grooming appointments. She had no idea what she was talking about. Pounding up the staircase, he tossed his pad onto the unmade bed. Glancing around, Lucas couldn't find a shirt with dog hair. He wanted to prove to her that the darn dog had left a rug's worth of fibers on him. Clothes were thrown about, takeout boxes littered the dresser, and a running shoe poked out from under the bed. He looked down at his chest. Perhaps he hadn't changed his shirt. I'm falling to pieces. Spent and shaken, Lucas sat on the edge of the bed, shivering against a sudden intense chill. Words. They were just words. The conversation with the veterinarian started out fun, light even. For a minute there, he'd lived outside of the storm clouds that filled his life. For a minute, he'd seen the sun. It was in her smile and her almond-colored eyes. He'd looked into them and forgotten about the butterfly flu, forgotten about being kicked out of his lab, forgotten that he'd failed his family. His pad lit up with a notification, and he glanced at the screen. The article was there. The images were of strangers, and yet every one of them reminded him of Bree. The veterinarian had accused him of caring about impersonal things. She didn't know that the butterfly flu was personal, it was very personal. Bree had filled his life with purpose and family. 5 years his senior, she'd married the year he graduated high school and proceeded to have 4 boys. For some people, that may have been a lot, but for Bree, 4 wasn't enough. It wasn't that she wasn't capable of doing something else with her life other than being a mother, she had all the brains Lucas had used to build a conglomerate, it was that she found purpose in motherhood and her dedication to her little ones ran deep. She'd always sworn that when she had kids, she'd make them her whole world. If only she hadn't flown to that orphanage in India, or she had waited until after the butterfly epidemic was contained. But nothing Lucas or his brother-in-law, Tyler, had said made a difference. "That's my daughter," she'd protested as she'd climbed out of the car at the airport to board a flight. Her heart had already grown to accommodate the child, and her mind was set on holding that baby in her arms. "I can't leave her there 1 more hour." 72 hours later, Bree had returned with a 3-month-old girl and a bacterium incubating in her body. Both she and the baby had died in quarantine at Germ Tech Farm. They shared a memorial service and burial plot. If it had been anyone else who'd shown up on his doorstep with the butterfly flu, Lucas might have considered himself lucky, in an odd sense, to have a live subject to take samples from. He hung his head in shame. How perverse had he become? How driven in his quest to be the first to unlock the secrets of the world's newest killer that he would consider even one person's death sentence lucky. He would have argued that one person's life didn't balance the scales when there were millions saved, except that for him, his brother-in-law, and his nephews, that one life was everything. Exhausted, Lucas fell into bed and pulled the blankets over his head to block out the setting sun. Groggy and grumpy from sleeping over 14 hours, Lucas struggled out of his shirt and groped for another one. He'd spent so many years in business attire that he hadn't understood the shackles he wore. The veterinarian might not appreciate his attire, but he sure liked the feel of soft cotton and loose shorts. Grunting in disgust that she was once again in his thoughts, Lucas snagged the toothpaste and loaded his brush. The fact that she was the first person he thought of when he woke up shouldn't be a surprise, considering the fact that he had nothing else to do. Time to make an effort. With no desire to pick up his room, he headed out to the local market. Wandering the aisles like a lost child, he grabbed whatever had a shiny wrapper and didn't require a can opener, because he wasn't sure if he had one. Watching his items cross the scanner at checkout, Lucas counted more granola bars and peanut butter cups than one man should consume in a week, but his earlier determination to try had gone dry in the frozen food aisle when he was forced to find ice cream that wasn't vegan, made of almond milk, or touted sugar-free. Why even eat ice cream if you had to work around parameters? This grocery store was kind of off if they didn't believe in free enterprise for frozen dairy. If he cared, he'd take it up with the manager. It was at that moment that he decided he could live with almond milk ice cream. Even though the very name of it was an oxymoron. By the afternoon, he was back in the lounge chair on his upper deck, where he guzzled 4 cans of full-sugar soda just to prove a point. Needing to get rid of his caffeinated energy and feeling tired, like a prisoner walled in by his grief, Lucas slipped on his running shoes and headed east for a walk. The sidewalk that worked as a barrier between the beach and the rest of the town was curved in some cheesy attempt to mimic the tide coming in and rolling out. Musicians relaxed on the 3-foot wall that separated the sand from the city. They played everything from harmonicas to guitars. No one sang, which, coupled with their drawn faces, gave even the upbeat tunes a lonely quality. Or maybe that was him. Wasn't music interpreted through a person's soul? He ran his hand down his face. He really needed to get out more so he could get out of his head. Pausing at the corner, he took in the construction on State Street and decided to head out to the end of Stearns Wharf instead of dodging orange cones and machinery. The aged timbers groaned and creaked beneath his feet but were strong enough to support cars, a museum with a life-sized whale hanging from the rafters, and several restaurants and businesses. For a brief moment as he continued on, the sound of waves crashing on the beach below overwhelmed everything else, and then it grew quiet. A compact car passed on his left, the techno music bouncing through the closed windows. Lucas licked the salt off his lips and pressed on, trying to ease the feelings his pixie of a veterinarian had stirred up. She'd been confident in her statements about people and the world, and it was her confidence that hounded him. He had no desire to forget Bree or what happened to her, and he desperately wanted to stop others from going through the same thing. In the beginning of his career and germ tech farm, he'd been idealistic enough to create drugs for the sake of helping people. Along the way, the marketing and sales force had gone and invaded his sense of purpose at the same time his abilities to manipulate formulas had increased to monolithic proportions. He'd been invincible in his capabilities. Then along came a butterfly. Knocked off his pedestal, he was just a man in wrinkly shorts, alone and hungering for something he couldn't have. "You want a lobster?" Lucas blinked, and the sound of a needle dragging across a record echoed through his head as his thoughts were derailed by a short Latino man in a white apron who shoved a very alive and very wiggly lobster in his face. "What?" Lucas backed up a step. "You're staring at the tank." He motioned to the large tank just inside the huge bay window of the Fresh Catch Cafe. "Do you want one? We'll cook it up real nice for you." Lucas took in the place. A blue-green roof sat atop a bank of windows. There were several open seats inside, and a hefty cook dropped a cube of butter into a steaming pan. His stomach growled. "Real food. Sounds great." The little man grinned, flashing a gold tooth and an off-center smile. "Good. Good. You'll love our lobster." He ushered Lucas around to the ocean view side of the restaurant, giving his new customer the VIP treatment. A chipped and weathered bar ran the length of the building. The stools fared better, their seats shiny. "Take a seat," instructed his host. Lucas peered through the window and saw 3 tables staggered across the small sitting area and another bar that ran along the inside. A couple absorbed in what smelled like shrimp tacos and Heaven sat close to the door. Other than those 2, the place was empty. Lucas checked his phone. It was 3 in the afternoon, not exactly high time for a restaurant. "Do you want a steak with that?" asked his host, and apparently waiter, as he set a soda Lucas hadn't ordered on the table. Lucas searched the man's shirt but couldn't find a name tag. "No thanks. The lobster should be plenty." He was still feeling the effects of the cola and granola bar binge from earlier. Nothing but time and movement would get that rock out of his gut. "Okay." He turned to the cook and called through an open window with a screen, "Rusty, just the tank, no corral." 10-4, Rusty called back. He had on a Red Sox baseball hat and a faded black t-shirt. His white apron spread across his expansive stomach, and his hands, though thick, moved with speed. The lobster was inside the steaming pot before Lucas had a chance to blink. "I'm Bear." "That's Rusty." Bear nodded towards the big man inside. Caught off guard at the invitation to introduce himself, Lucas paused a moment. He had no intention of giving out his name. If word got out that he was in Santa Barbara, he'd be forced to weigh anchor and sail into the sunset. These guys seemed harmless enough, friendly even, but he wasn't taking chances. "Luke," he said. "Nice to meet you. You visiting?" I'm not sure how to answer that. Was he? Did he intend to spend the rest of his days holed up on a boat at the end of the dock? His situation was fine for now, ideal, actually, if the press left him alone. But what about in a year, 2 years? What then? Usually, he was quick on his feet and with his mouth, but Lucas's pause lasted long enough that it became awkward, and Bear wiped the counter. "I didn't mean to get into your business." Bear held up his hands. He flashed another smile. "Sorry, it's been a long day of soul searching. I'm here for a while, not sure if I'm staying or what." Bear paused and then brightened. "Welcome to Santa Barbara." "Thanks." "Order," called Rusty from the kitchen. Bear opened the window, and Rusty slid the plate out. The lobster was a beautiful sunset red, accompanied by 2 plastic cups of butter. The presentation was pretty great. Luke's mouth watered and his stomach growled. "See? That's what real dairy could do for a man. Here you go. Garlic butter here and Cajun butter here." Bear pointed. "If you need anything else, let me know." "Thanks." Lucas dug into his meal, amazed at how the meat melted on his tongue. His fingers and face grew oily, and his stomach thanked him by settling down. A few gulls flapped about, and people meandered on the other side of the building, but on this side it was quiet. There was a light breeze now and again, and whatever Rusty was mixing up smelled great. Wondering if the pixie was home yet or if she was off rescuing baby seals, Lucas dipped a bite in the butter he hadn't tried. The Cajun spices lit his sinuses on fire. He downed half of his soda before he could breathe without fire scorching his throat. Rusty chuckled behind the screen. "You'd better lay off that one, rookie." "I'd argue with you," Lucas rasped, "but I don't think I can." Rusty laughed deeply as his large belly bounced. The sound was big like the ocean and strong like the wharf, triggering something inside Luke. He stared at his plate, trying to figure out what bothered him. Laughter. Like the voices of the street musicians leaving a hole in the world because of their silence, the lack of laughter in Lucas's life was an echoing cavern. Making Rusty laugh had uncovered tender sprouts that he wanted to nurture. Rusty went back to scraping off his grill, and Lucas wiped his buttery fingers on a napkin. Sensing eyes on him, he glanced over his shoulder to see a red dog sitting not 5 feet away and watching him. It can't be. Lucas glanced down at his half-empty plate and back at the dog. He'd teased the pixie about the dog being thin, but he did remember the bony body as it had clambered off him. He grabbed a morsel of meat and tossed it towards the dog. Fido crept forward and sniffed before slurping it up. Lucas threw him another piece, this time a bit closer. He might not be able to give the dog a home, but at least he could make sure he didn't starve. Fido licked his lips, and Lucas could swear the dog smiled at him as his eyebrows twitched. "You shouldn't feed him," said Bear. "He'll just keep coming back." He set a new drink on the counter and took the empty cup. Lucas wagged his head, embarrassed at getting caught. He patted his belly. "I'm coming back for another plate real soon." Bear grinned. "We make good shrimp too." Lucas handed him a large bill that would more than cover his meal and gratuity. "I'll be back to try it." He would. This little shack at the end of the pier had something special, and it wasn't the Cajun butter sauce. Rusty and Bear were content like the pixie, and Lucas wanted a piece of that. He tossed the last of his meat to Fido as he left. Instead of hanging out where Rusty created things that smelled like heaven's kitchen and tasted celestial, the stupid dog followed Lucas. An older couple in capri pants and sun visors glared as they passed. "Some people think they're above a leash law," grumbled the wrinkled and weathered man to his wife. Lucas kicked out his foot, and the dog fell back a couple feet. A couple of runners passed by. One woman had a leash and a poop scoop bag. "I will never carry one of those things." Her dog went nuts, barking at Fido like a possessed canine. Fido ignored him. "Leash your dog," yelled the woman as she struggled to contain her animal. He refused to heel, sit, or leave it. She dragged him along until he'd had his say and fallen in step with her again. Fido looked up at him, silently asking, "Can you believe that guy?" Shaking his head, Lucas considered the stray. The pooch needed to skedaddle before he drew any more attention. At this rate, there would be an angry mob at his doorstep. At the bottom of the wharf, a light blue truck with the Animal Services logo painted on the side waited for them to pass. Lucas pulled to a stop, and so did Fido. "You're a scam artist, aren't you?" Fido wagged his tail. Lucas checked around him. Besides the homeless guy near the green dolphin fountain, he and the dog were alone. "Listen, I'm going to give it to you straight. If you follow me, they're going to catch you, and I'm not going to stop them. If you head off on your own, I wish you the best of luck." Fido looked past him and then took off at a sprint the other direction. Lucas nodded once. "Smart dog." "Or smart man," said the pixie from the front seat of a silver Mustang convertible. She must have pulled up at the curb while he'd talked to the dog. Strangely, he wasn't embarrassed to be seen talking to an animal. Not in front of her. She had the top down, a pair of sunglasses on her head, and a saucy smile. "Nice car," Lucas blurted. And it was. The shiny silver paint didn't have a scratch, and the black interior was clean. In fact, it could have been driven off the lot this morning, yet this woman appeared as comfortable in it as she would in a pair of old jeans. And beautiful. Beautiful in her happiness, or because of it. She blushed a little under his appraising gaze. "Thanks." Though Lucas had come to Santa Barbara looking for solitude, he suddenly had no desire to be alone. "You want to walk with me?" Lucas gestured to the open sidewalk. She could easily park her car here, it wasn't far from their destination, assuming she was going home. She considered him for a moment. Normally I'd say no, but any man who talks to dogs is okay in my book. She pulled forward into an open spot and hit the button to put the top up. He gave her a half grin. What? I didn't picture you as a convertible type. She shrugged. It was my grandpa's. He passed away a few years ago, and I just couldn't bring myself to sell her. Ah. Well, any woman who drives a Mustang is okay in my book. They started off, and a comfortable silence fell between them. Lucas didn't want to bring up what had happened yesterday. What she had said had cut deep. Nor did he want her asking him about it. She seemed content to forget their strained conversation, and Fido had unwittingly won him a few points. Taking a deep breath of humid air, he ventured, "Are you from Santa Barbara?" "Originally I'm from Colorado, but I spent my summers at the harbor with my grandpa. We'd sand and varnish his boat, mend the sails, and do 100 other odd jobs. It was my favorite time of the year." As a teenager, Bree had always had friends over, was at a friend's house, or was calling a friend. Her social life ran at the speed of Wi-Fi. What about home? Friends? Was it hard to leave for a whole summer? Not so many friends. I was the runt in my grade and too geeky for my own good. She smiled like someone who had put the hurt behind her. Instead of entering the south gate where his boat was docked, she directed him toward the west gate. This end of the harbor, where the restaurants and businesses stood, housed the smaller boats. I wouldn't call you a runt. Oh, right. She tipped her chin up so she could look him in the eye and laughed easily. Entranced by her laughter, it had a deliciously different effect on him than Big Rusty's laughter had not too long ago. Lucas said, "You're more of a pixie." Lucas watched her for signs that he'd said something wrong. She'd bristled easily enough yesterday, like an angry bird fluffing its feathers. He smiled wryly, thinking of his nephew's favorite app. Did that make him the pig? Instead of puffing up, her cheeks went the sweetest shade of pink. Well, that's better than most of the things I've been called because of my height. Lucas fished in his pocket for his key fob and changed the subject. So you moved here to be with your grandpa? The heavy iron hinges, constantly fighting against the deteriorating properties of Santa Barbara's humidity, protested loudly about being opened. She sighed heavily. I moved here because it was the only place that felt like home. They walked a few feet in silence as Lucas thought about what she'd said. Maybe she'd understand the fact that he'd run away. Maybe they were looking for the same thing. She stopped in front of a construction barricade and groaned. What? He read the notice posted on the fence. Phase 3 construction project. The majority of Marina 1 was constructed in the 1970s and includes 16 fingers providing berths for approximately 500 vessels. An engineering analysis has concluded that the docking system of Marina 1 has neared the end of its useful life. The assessment recommended replacing the fingers in succession to minimize disruption to the slip owners and incrementally fund the project. Funding for this project is provided by. Craning to see past the sign, Lucas found that the slips beyond the chain link were empty. Is this where you live? It was. She kicked the fence blocking their way. They've moved me. I need to go up to the harbor master's office and find out where my boat is. Despite her half-hearted kick at the fence, she was taking this rather well. She was upset, as was evident from the twitch of her jaw, but she wasn't losing it by any means. Each time he'd been forced to move to a new house in the past few weeks, he'd been furious. Anger had been his most prevalent emotion lately, and that needed to change. In the lab, the best way to increase the rate of change was to add a catalyst. Lucas studied the petite beauty out of the corner of his eye. Thankfully, he'd been bored enough to read the information Juanita sent him about the harbor when he'd moved in. It's after 6, they're closed. Her shoulders sagged. I guess I'll wander around until I find it. I'll wander with you. You don't have to do that. Her eyes flicked to the side. I want to. I'm fine. Really. The more she protested, the more determined he became. Ignoring her, he spun in a circle, having absolutely no idea what type of sea craft she owned. Unfamiliar vessels lined up nicely, secured so their bows didn't overlap the pier. It could be anywhere. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes like she was trying to center her being. The tiny line between her eyebrows smoothed out. I should try that sometime. You'll only slow me down. Ha. You don't know. I could be the world champ at finding things. I don't think they hand out medals for that. She started off at a quick pace. Lucas had no trouble keeping up, as his legs were much longer than hers. Let's think about this, he began, and she sighed once again. He chuckled inside. She was cute when she was annoyed. When they've done the other remodels, where do they usually take the boats? They fill in the farthest empty slots first. She tucked her hair behind her ear, and Lucas noticed her sculpted cheekbones. They were really quite lovely. So if we start at that end, he nodded toward the area for larger boats. We could find it faster. That makes an alarming amount of sense. She shrugged, and they headed in that direction. Lucas cocked his head. I told you I was good at this. They were on their way toward his end of the docks. If she still didn't want him around when he got to his boat, he'd politely beg off. It was better to leave her before he'd worn out his welcome, though he sensed he might be getting close. We haven't found it yet, she admonished in the face of his boasting. Lucas wandered alongside her, not in a hurry to return to his disaster of a home. He really should make an effort at laundry sometime soon. She waved at a few people, and Lucas nodded when they gave him curious looks. I'm Luke, by the way. The nickname he'd given Bear was kind of growing on him. Luke? Just Luke? They'd reached the end of the pier and took the first finger to the right. The boats at this end were large enough that a smaller boat between them would be well hidden, and they had to check each location. Just Luke, he affirmed. Why? Why did she want to know his last name? Why was that important to her? You're kind of familiar. Where did you go to college? She stood on her tiptoes and peered down the rest of the dock. Back east. She shook her head. Her brain was on finding her home, not figuring out where he fit into the world, which was just fine with him. Not here. They spun around and went back the way they came. After a beat, he prompted, and you are? Jessica Lee. She held her hand over her eyes to block the sun and checked things out. Jessica. He tested the name and found that he liked the way it felt on his lips. They turned onto the finger where his boat was moored at the end. The behemoth was the end of the line and stood out due to its lack of sails. He'd read the instruction manual on how to start the motor the other day out of pure boredom. Aha! She bounced toward a smaller boat with blue trim and a teak hatch. This is it? He asked, not filtering the shock in his voice. He ping-ponged back and forth between the two boats parked right next to each other. What were the odds that they'd end up next slip neighbors? Her craft was a third the size of his, maybe a fourth. And I feel cramped in my boat, he joked. Although maybe that had more to do with the emotional baggage he'd hauled aboard than it did the size of the vessel. Not all of us are giants. Jessica tossed her hair over her shoulder. Those little sprouts of happiness shot up, and Lucas's cheeks creaked upward in his first real smile in months. "It's cute." He nodded towards her craft. "Cute?" Jessica poked him in the chest. "It's a good thing Grandpa isn't around to hear you say that. He'd have you polishing the shiny for the rest of the afternoon for disrespecting the salty dog." Lucas sucked in. "What about you?" He lifted one eyebrow in a challenge. "I should make you change the oil." Jessica put her hand on her hip. "Lucky for you, I'm good with cute." Lucas studied her quickly, liking what he saw, but hiding his deep appreciation for her lean legs and silky hair with a boy-next-door grin. "It shows." Jessica ducked her head, and her thick hair brushed across her face. Aware that the air between them had changed, Lucas said, "I guess it's a good thing I know your name, since we're neighbors. I can borrow a cup of sugar." Why was his voice so low? He cleared his throat. "Anytime." Jessica moistened her lips, and Lucas wondered if they would be sweet to taste. She smiled. "Hopefully my house won't be moved too soon." I mean often." "Hopefully it stays right there," Luke said, as he stared into her amazing eyes while heat pooled in his stomach. "I mean, until the construction project has finished up." He rubbed his hand on the back of his neck, wondering where his good sense had gone. Women never had this effect on him. Well, he couldn't say never, but it had been a while since one had made his mind perk up and his body take notice. "Thanks for searching with me, Luke. That's 2 good deeds in one day. You'd better be careful, or people will start to think you're a nice guy." Jessica grabbed one of the ropes that ran from the dock to her boat and pulled it closer so she could board. "We can't have that." Lucas clutched his chest in mock horror. "Don't worry," she said over her shoulder as she stepped aboard. "I won't tell anyone." Lucas smiled, thinking that it was nice to share a secret with someone as pretty as Jessica Lee. But then he wondered if what she'd said had been a dismissal, as if he weren't important enough in her day to mention. His system had been on sleep mode for so long that the attraction spiking through his body sent him into overload. Really, it had nothing to do with Jessica. She was the catalyst and accelerator for change, not the reason for the change itself. But for Lucas, the changes were suddenly uncomfortable, and he wanted out. Forcing himself not to run, he boarded the incognito and ducked into the cabin, where he leaned over with hands on knees and tried to steady his breathing. The walk back to his boat had been much more enjoyable than his run away from it. Maybe it was because he'd fed Fido. Or maybe it was because he'd had a terrific meal. But what he truly suspected was the reason for the lightness in his step was the way Jessica looked at him like he'd done something worth feeling good about. The accomplishment both invigorated and terrified him. For the first time in a long time, much longer than Bree's death, Lucas was not just alive, he was living. Chapter 5. Jessica pulled off her rubber gloves with a sharp snap. With Carson taking the afternoon off for surfing lessons, Jessica scrambled to cover both his duties and her own. It didn't help that she was distracted by her new neighbor at every turn, even though he wasn't anywhere near her clinic. Usually, Carson took care of things like routine shots and checkups, while Jessica did the heavier diagnostics and care. She determined that the liver problems of Toby Mictor Ashworth, the beagle, were from eating the neighbor's cat food. Thankfully, he'd only been stealing meals for about a month and the damage was reversible. Though her afternoon was busy, she enjoyed the time to connect with some of the animals she hadn't seen in a while. Rumple the disgruntled labradoodle was not one of those animals. Throwing the gloves into the proper waste disposal bin, she grabbed a box of dewormer out of the supply closet in the kennel area and met Mrs. Woods and Rumple, who she believed was bred from hellhounds, in the waiting room. "You'll want to give him one a day for 3 days." "Thank you so much. I can't believe this is happening to my poor little Rumple." Mrs. Woods made a kissy noise to her almost 4-foot-tall dog. Rumple licked his nose in response. He had the innocent face down. These will get him all fixed up. Jessica pressed the box into Mrs. Woods's manicured hands. She patted Rumple's head, which he allowed because his owner was watching. "You be a good boy, Rumple." His black, soulless eyes stared back. Jessica practically hear him saying, "You wish." Mrs. Woods loved her dog, but he was a stinker. Like people, some animals had a penchant for finding trouble. Last month, it had been a barbed wire fence that tore Rumple's hip open. The month before that, he'd lost a nail. They never did figure out how he managed to get his paw chewed up. Jessica suspected it was a lawn mower, but Mrs. Woods insisted that her gardener loved Rumple and she never let him out of the house when the lawn mower was running. Thankfully, this time it was a simple case of worms, which could be cleared up with medication. For all his trouble, Rumple was a beautiful dog in high demand between breeders because of his bloodline. Maybe that's why he got away with so much. Jessica's thoughts jumped back to Luke. He had a bit of a bad boy streak with his shaggy hair and unkempt appearance. She could easily picture him riding a Harley, surfing a monster wave, or, strangely enough, closing $1 million deal without a second thought. He was just cool. Mrs. Woods gave a small tug on the leash, and she and Rumple were out the door with a chorus of thank yous and one mighty bark. Jessica smiled and turned to face her last patient for the day. Paolo Ortiz took up more than one of the chairs in her waiting room, while his dog, Peaches, took up the space of an orange. Paolo was absorbed in People magazine while the pup perched on his round belly. If it hadn't been for Peaches' rhinestone collar glinting in the early evening light, Jessica might have missed her completely. "Hey, Paolo. How's it going?" "Good." He shook Jessica's offered hand. "We're here for shots." "Hi, Peaches." Jessica lifted the miniature pup and held her close. "She looks happy. Let's head back to exam room 3, and we'll give her the once-over." "Sounds good." Paolo grunted to his feet. He wore a plaid button-up shirt with the sleeves ripped off over a pair of black denim shorts and sandals. Jessica smiled. Even his toes have tattoos. For all his rough edges, Paolo was a big OL teddy bear who doted on Peaches. One only had to see the careful pink bow on her small head or the stack of sparkling collars she wore around her neck like gypsies wore bracelets to know how much Paolo favored his pooch. Jessica put Peaches on the exam table. Holding her in place with one hand, she reached behind her for a fresh set of gloves. "Let me help." Paolo set his magazine down on the table and put both hands around Peaches' middle. "Thanks." Jessica wiggled into the gloves and then focused on Peaches. She was feeling the dog's stomach when her eyes darted to the magazine. She gasped. The headline read "Suspected Killer Disappears," and a picture of Luke in aviator sunglasses at what appeared to be a funeral stared up at her. At least, she thought it was him. He and the suspect had the same thick build. This guy was clean-shaven with short-cropped hair, which was kind of cute in a deadlines and designer suits way. Her look was laid back, scruffy, and yeah, sexy too. Peaches whimpered, bringing Jessica's attention back to the exam. "She's shaking," observed Jessica. "She does that a lot, but she stops if I hold her." Paolo scooped Peaches into the crook of his arm. Her shaking did indeed cease. Jessica nodded, half her mind still on that picture. She couldn't help but glance at it again while she reassured Paolo. It's not uncommon for dogs to get nervous during an appointment, but smaller dogs like Peaches who don't have a lot of hair or body fat can get cold easily. She probably likes being close to you for the body heat. Paolo's eyes dipped as if Jessica had said something that touched a nerve. Of course, that's only one reason a small dog wants to be close to her owner. She's a pack animal. In her pack, you are the alpha male. Paolo was all about caring for Peaches. She was the light in his life and the only animal or person he'd let into his heart. So much of him was tied up in Peaches' well-being that he was highly sensitive to Jessica's opinion. She had to tread carefully through the waters of conversation to ensure that she didn't topple the giant man onto his backside. She sees me as a dog? Paolo asked skeptically. He brushed Peaches' back. Jessica smiled. Sort of. The largest animal is usually the head of the pack, and the smaller ones try to gain their favor. Huh. Paolo considered that. She must think you're pretty special if you're her alpha. Paolo tucked his chin down, suddenly shy, but the smile that lifted his cheeks showed how proud he was to be the alpha. Jessica continued on with the exam. Though her mind went through all the steps and checked off the boxes, her eyes strayed to the magazine cover much too often. Paolo caught her staring. Can you believe that guy? It was unprofessional to ask, but she couldn't shake the resemblance between Luke and that picture. Who is it? Jessica couldn't help herself. She was sure that was him, but she couldn't get the ice-cold, clean-cut man to gel with the rumpled, aimless guy who had followed her around the pier yesterday. Lucas Scott. He's some hotshot germ warrior with a god complex. Jessica pinched Peaches' skin and inserted a needle. Peaches took it in stride. Why do you say that? Her head spun. A germ warrior? What did that even mean? Paolo shrugged. He gave his sister a drug that wasn't approved, and it killed her. He shook his large head. My mama always said what goes around comes around. This guy got what he deserved. Jessica's hands stilled. I'm not sure about that, but I'll bet his sister didn't deserve to die. Jessica let her hair fall over her face to hide her expression. Where had her filter gone? She'd always had impeccable bedside skills and been able to hold back her politically incorrect thoughts or just plain insensitive remarks. It's something about Luke. When he was involved, her better half disappeared. Paolo pulled his hand down his face. Guess I didn't think about that. She left behind a bunch of kids, too. See? He flipped open the magazine to reveal a full-page picture of 4 boys and a man dressed in black suits with matching pale pink ties. They stood in front of 2 caskets, one full-sized and one smaller, with their heads down. Lucas was there, just behind the family in his own pink tie. His mouth turned down and his shoulders hung forward. Jessica wanted to reach through the image as if she could bring comfort to him in some small way. Instead, she checked Peaches' eyes for cataracts, which was a slim possibility, given the dog's age. With the exam complete, she offered Peaches a doggy treat and patted her on the head. Okay. She's doing great. I can tell you're taking good care of her. Paolo's smile was full of pride. Thanks. She's a good girl. Jessica walked them out and flipped the sign on the door from open to closed. Her body relaxed against the warm glass. What a day, she said to Ginger the cat, who had found a patch of afternoon sun to occupy. This large-bellied, happy feline was a far cry from the howler they'd pulled out of the cardboard box in the alley. Jessica squatted down and gave her a good rub behind the ears. You're ready for a family, I think. Madison came out of the exam room waving Paolo's magazine. Catch him. Jessica opened the door, but Paolo's motorcycle was already gone. She shrugged, trying to appear unconcerned while her heart thrummed heavily in her chest. She was dying to read that article. Here, I'll take that. Jessica tucked it under her arm and headed to her office in the back while Madison shut down the front office and fed Ginger. Jessica quietly shut the door, something she rarely did, and sat at her desk. With a deep breath, she opened the glossy pages and scanned the story. Lucas Scott, owner and head researcher of Germtech Pharmaceuticals, has gone into hiding after reports that he murdered his sister with an experimental butterfly drug began to circulate last month. There was a picture of a beautiful brunette with the same piercing blue eyes as Luke. Her straight teeth were framed by full lips, and her skin glowed as she laughed at something off camera. The caption identified her as Brianna Grace Scott Sullivan, Lucas Scott's deceased sister. There was also a picture of a baby wrapped in a hospital blanket. She had dark hair poking up in all directions and was identified as Kayla Sullivan, the adopted daughter of Brianna and Tyler Sullivan, who also died of the butterfly flu. Jessica's heart crumbled a bit as she stared at the pictures of Brianna's husband and boys at the graveside service. Her hand covered her mouth as she thought back to the other day when she'd taken Luke's iPad and asked him what he cared about. No wonder Lucas was reading about the butterfly flu. And what had she said? That he cared more about what was happening halfway around the world than what was happening here. That his bottom line was his main motivation. Jessica curled in on herself as the guilt ripped away at her. For Luke, the butterfly flu had hit home, and she'd accused him of being callous. The article went on to explain that Lucas Scott had eagerly brought his pre-diagnosed sister into Germtech Farm facilities and used her as a human experiment. It is unknown if Brianna was conscious of the decision, as she had been in a drug-induced coma when she left the hospital. Jessica wondered about what Paolo had said about Lucas being a madman with a god complex. Was that the real Lucas? She leaned close so her nose practically touched the page. The man in the picture wore a suit that probably cost more than her boat, and he stood apart from the other mourners. A shiver went up Jessica's spine. They couldn't be the same guy, could they? Was she living next to a man who'd killed his own sister? If so, what was she going to do about it? Chapter 6. Lucas rolled over in bed and covered his face with a pillow. Not even the down filling could block out the obnoxious howling coming from his doorstep, or boat step, or whatever people who lived on boats called it. Stumbling to his feet, he raked his eyes over the clothes he'd worn yesterday, wrinkled and bunched, sticking to his skin. He didn't remember going to bed, but he could tell it wasn't morning yet. The moon hung over the breakwater, casting light off the ocean and through his blinds. He might be unkempt, but at least he wouldn't be arrested for indecent exposure when he stepped out on his deck. He slid the door open and shuffled to the railing. Sure enough, Fido was right there staring up at him. "Go away," he growled. Fido tipped his head back and barked 3 times. "I don't have any food." Lucas held up his hands. The dog howled, a long and lonesome sound that must have come from the depths of Tartarus. That was enough. It was one thing to wake him up in a desperate try for food, but quite another to defy him outright and make him out to be the bad guy who couldn't keep his dog quiet. Lucas hurried down the circular staircase. He waved his arms at the beast. "Go on. Go home," he yelled. Fido stopped howling but didn't budge. Instead, he leaned forward and began to bark in earnest. Not at Lucas. No, he was barking to him as if excited to see his new friend up and moving. Jessica's glass door opened just enough for her to lean out. Lucas felt one side of his mouth lift in a smile as he took in her small tank top and a pair of cotton pajama pants with cats on them. She didn't need lace or satin to be positively sexy with her hair mussed like that. He'd take her in cat pajamas any day or night. Dang. He averted his eyes, hoping she hadn't seen the large amounts of appreciation gathering there. "Big Red, hush," Jessica commanded. The dog turned to Jessica and began barking at her. She in turn called to Lucas. "You've got to quiet him down." "Why me?" He pointed both hands at his chest. "You're the one who fed him." She glanced around the dock as lights came on in several boats. "So that automatically makes me in charge?" he continued their argument. "No, that makes you guilty of feeding stray dogs." Fido continued barking. 2 boats down, a hatch creaked open. Jessica crossed her arms over her middle and hunched her shoulders, her eyes wide with fear. "Do something," she hissed. "Like what?" Luke waved his empty hands. "Feed him," she hissed. "What?" "I don't have any food." Jessica gave him a "do you think I am an idiot" look. He laughed. "It's true. I eat out. Exclusively." "Hey, take your dog inside," yelled the guy 2 boats down. Luke had seen him that afternoon puttering around on deck. He wasn't a live-in, but harbor rules allowed for up to 3 nights of consecutive stay, and apparently this guy had decided to stay. The buxom brunette with the full wine glass who hung on his arm may have had something to do with his decision to bunk over. Jessica's eyes took on a pleading factor that Lucas was sure could talk a shark out of eating a dolphin. "Hurry! Before he calls harbor police on me again. I can't lose my slip." Lucas cocked his head. "Again?" Jessica threw her arms up. "Fine, I'll take him." She hopped onto the dock and patted her leg. "Big Red, come." The dog actually listened and stopped his ruckus. She talked him onto her boat and told him to stay while she disappeared inside. "And keep him quiet," threatened the big guy. Lucas hurried over to Jessica's boat in case the guy decided to make an appearance. It was one thing to let Fido get into trouble and a whole other one to make Jessica deal with an angry old man. He hesitated at the rail. This was Jessica's home, her place of escape, and entering without permission felt like he was invading. She hadn't exactly liked him following her home the other day, even though he was trying to help. He finally decided that standing up here made it look like he was looming over her, and being on her deck would put them on equal footing. He boarded her boat. Jessica appeared a moment later with a plate of something that smelled like wet dog food. Lucas wrinkled his nose. When she saw him looming on her patio, she jumped and nearly spilled her load. Fido barked, and they shushed him at the same time. Jessica placed the food on the deck and stepped back, closer to the open door, her eyes not meeting his. She stirred uneasily, impatient for Fido to finish or impatient for Lucas to disembark, he wasn't sure. She kept her hands behind her and watched Fido eat. Lucas scratched his neck as he searched for something to say that would bring back the lighter version of the two of them from the day before. At the time, his senses had gone into overload, but now he wanted to sample the attraction, the life, once again. "You keep dog food in your cabin, but you don't have a dog?" he asked. Tucking his hands into his pockets, he tried to present a relaxed aura. "I'm a vet." Jessica's head was turned towards the dog, but she watched him out of the corner of her eye. Her neck muscles were tense. Was she upset about the dog? Was she worried about being reported? Was it him? He kind of thought it was him. Though that feeling could come from his own insecurities. Despite his desire to be with Jessica, she wasn't sending out signals that she was happy to see him. Lucas had the feeling that if he moved wrong, she'd disappear. "Yeah, but were you practicing out of your boat? Is that why the harbor police were after you?" He leaned against one of the posts. No. Jessica placed a hand on the dog, and her muscles relaxed a fraction. Lucas took it as a good sign that the dog could calm her. If Fido could do it, maybe Lucas could too. "Come on." "What did you do?" Jessica sighed heavily as if she were being forced to use more than one-word answers. "I took in too many animals. 2 of them went after a neighbor's longboat and ended up sending it to a watery grave." Neighbor complained. I had to find homes for my pets. She unconsciously twisted her hands together. I'm on probation. The only way the harbor master let me stay was if I promised to be animal-free for 2 years. Lucas tipped his head back and considered the stars. He could totally see her surrounded by 5 dogs and 12 cats and loving every minute of it. Here she was, trying to give love and affection and security to animals who needed it, and she was almost displaced herself. It wasn't fair. Slapping his hand on the rail, he said, "See, it doesn't pay off. Anytime you stick your neck out for a dog or a person, or a country, for that matter, it comes right back to bite you in the butt." She put a hand on her hip. Her sassy attitude was so much better than her reserved nervousness. He wasn't the bad guy here, so why was she treating him like one? Excuse me? You say that like helping is a bad thing. Lucas shrugged. It can be. Jessica shook her head emphatically. I don't see how. Lucas leaned on one leg, settling in. All right. Let's say a woman takes in 3 dogs to save them from the streets. She leaves for work, and they bark and howl and prevent the single mom who works graveyards from getting the sleep she needs. I get that. There's responsibility when a person owns an animal. Jessica stared across the inky black ocean. Lucas shuffled his feet. He could feel her considering her answer, weighing her words. Fido finished his dinner and ducked his nose under Lucas's hand, moving forward so his head was being brushed. Jessica glanced at them. Her face softened, giving her an almost dozing appearance that Lucas could picture on a Saturday morning after sleeping in. Or maybe a night like tonight with the ocean's lulling waves in the background as he took his time getting to know Jessica. Jessica's interests. Jessica's passions. Jessica's lips. It was such a pleasant image that he was caught off guard by her words. We all have responsibilities, Luke. Running away from them doesn't make us any less accountable. Lucas became increasingly uncomfortable under her scrutiny. There was something new in the way she addressed him, the way she said his name. Did she know? How much did she know? Fido nudged him for another ear scratch, and Lucas obliged as his anxiety began melting away. It didn't matter how or what Jessica knew, as long as she didn't call reporters or the police. She didn't seem the type. She wouldn't call animal control on Fido, for heaven's sake, he shouldn't worry about her calling him out. She leaned against her door as if she wasn't looking for an answer. Fido licked his palm. What is it with you and dogs? He asked. Jessica bit her lip. I guess when you grow up and the only one who loves you is the family dog, you begin to trust dogs more than people. Lucas could see her so clearly. Teased at school and coming home to an empty house. Then one day she has a dog, and every time she comes home, someone is happy to see her. Wishing he could take away every mean word and broken moment in her life, Lucas offered the only thing he had, trust. And I guess if someone you love is going to die, you do everything you can to save her. He'd come out here hoping to experience a little more of life, to feel a fraction of what he had the other day, and there it was. He'd said words that sent goosebumps up his arms, words he'd hardly dare think, let alone set sail in the real world. Jessica nodded once in a gesture that was accepting, affirming, and altogether honest. He thought of her grandpa. She'd lost someone she loved, she knew the pain, the sense of helplessness, the desperation. Maybe if they could get Fido to her clinic, she wouldn't be so alone. Do you have a leash? He tipped his head toward the dog, who was watching the two of them like a spectator at a tennis tournament. Fido's ears perked up, and he bounded off the boat before either of them had a chance to react. The patter of his feet disappeared like an echo in the dark and left them with only the lapping water, the stars, and their confessions. I'm so sorry for your loss, Jessica said quietly. Overwhelmed with the raw emotions churning through him, he knew he had to get out of there. Time for bed, he announced as he followed Fido's example and bailed. Pausing at the bottom of his stairs, he checked back and found Jessica watching him. He couldn't see her face with her back to the moonlight. Good night. She waved before sliding the glass door closed behind her. Instead of going to bed, Lucas settled into his deck chair and watched the moon cross the sky. Jessica really was a catalyst. She accelerated all sorts of chemical reactions in his bloodstream. When he was with her, he wasn't sure what would happen, who he could become, or what would come out of his mouth. She elicited honesty as easily as his childhood pastor had spurred confessions. There was one thing he couldn't tell her, would never tell anyone. The world thought they knew what happened the day of Bree's death, thanks to the Barracuda, a nice little picture of him as a power-hungry madman continually paraded across the web. But only 3 people knew the truth, him, Bree, and Bree was gone, and to protect the third, he'd take his secret to his grave. Chapter 7. Jessica took full advantage of Saturday morning when her clinic was closed except for emergency calls, and she slept until 10:30. Normally, she would have been up with the gulls working on the boat, but after she'd left Luke, or was it Lucas, she couldn't get to sleep. The article she'd read didn't jive with the man she knew. Granted, she didn't know him all that well, but she'd seen him feed Big Red when he thought no one would see, and people just didn't do that kind of stuff unless there was a shred of decency inside of them. He'd also helped her find her boat, which she'd made clear he didn't have to do. Was he bored? Why was he here? And why, if he was as brilliant as the world claimed him to be, wasn't he working on a cure for the pandemic that was crawling across the world like a spider? There had to be more to the situation, to his past, than she'd found in the one damning article. After fluffing her pillows, Jessica reached for her laptop and soon had a plethora of information. One article, published by the American College of Infectious Diseases, caught her eye. Scanning the byline, Jessica stared hard at the name, Tyler Sullivan. So familiar, the name teased a corner of her brain until she realized Tyler was Luke's brother-in-law. So he worked on the butterfly cure too. Of course, there was a team of scientists working together at Germ-Tech Farm. There was always a team of scientists. However, the mainstream media made it seem like a one-man show with Luke calling and taking all the shots. Jessica immersed herself in the research, her science background taking over as she analyzed, questioned, and evaluated. The studies Germ-Tech Farm had completed were sound. The media reported that Germ-Tech Farm was close to a cure, and from what Jessica read, they weren't stretching the truth. The first obstacle was growing the bacteria in the lab. It wouldn't grow in a petri dish, not like regular bacteria. Germ-Tech Farm had gotten around this by using live mice. In the thriving tissue, the bacteria would multiply and could be studied. The behavior of the bacterium sounded familiar, but Jessica couldn't put her finger on why. Something to do with animals and human contact. She shook her head, unable to make the synapses connect. Clicking over to another article on the same site written by Germ-Tech Farm's highest competitor in the field of antibiotics, Blue Pharma, Jessica could see right off that they were nowhere near Germ-Tech Farm's results. After 2 paragraphs, she closed the window. Though they'd been able to grow the bacteria in their lab using the procedure explained in Tyler's article, they were still struggling to combat its spread through tissue. Jessica's impromptu research came to a screeching halt as her phone rang. She scrambled to find it in her jacket pocket. If it was Emily trying to set her up again, she was going to have her number unlisted. Hello? Dr. Lee? Oh my, the caller sounded frantic. Excuse me, who is this? Jessica pulled the phone away, but the caller ID said unknown. Daisy's been hit by a car. The woman on the other end let out a sob and then sniffed loudly. Do you know where that is? Dogs often wandered off when hurt, wanting to lick their wounds in private. Yes. Okay, I'll meet you at my office in 5 minutes. Okay. Sniff. Jessica still didn't know who was on the other line, but she could tell she wasn't going to get much information out of the distraught pet owner. She hung up, knowing she'd just have to do what she could. What was important now was getting to the animal. Throwing on the jacket and not bothering to change out of her kitty cat pajama bottoms, Jessica shoved open her sliding glass door and charged onto the dock. She glanced over her shoulder and noticed that Luke's boat was gone. Not the houseboat, that was still tied off nice and secure. The smaller boat, the one named Fishing Buddy, was missing. He must have gone out on the water. Jessica had spent plenty of time sailing with her grandpa over the years, but she hadn't been out in a boat like the one Luke had. It could be used to pull wakeboarders, to fish, or just to see the sights. Was he the type to drop his line and lie back on the deck, content to let the sun and breeze play over his skin, a sight she wouldn't mind taking in on her days off, or did he race up the shore like a man possessed? The image of Luke at the helm of his ship, the wind sleeking his hair off his face and his dark scruff catching the sun, distracted Jessica enough that she came up short as a large, bald, bare-chested man in board shorts stepped in front of her. "You," he growled. "Me?" Jessica pointed to her chest as she took in the large belly and the carpet of hair on the man's shoulders. "Excuse me, there's an emergency." Jessica tried to duck past him, but the guy was surprisingly quick for a Sasquatch. "I checked up on you, salty dog." He squinted down at Jessica. "You're not allowed to have pets." Jessica took one step back to get out of the man's shadow. "I don't have a pet." She glanced down at her cat pajamas and flushed. "Then who was barking last night?" Jessica shrugged. "Not me. If I hear one more bark or howl coming from your direction, I'm calling it in." "You won't have to worry." Jessica sidestepped around him, her heels hanging off the edge of the dock. "I'm dog-free for the foreseeable future." Breathing easier once she was sure she wasn't going to slip into the water and that Sasquatch wasn't following her, Jessica waved to the familiar faces as she exited the security gate. She glanced over her shoulder and out at the ocean, wondering if Luke had stayed close or if he was on the other side of the islands in the distance. They'd had light mists for the past couple of days, and a large storm was projected for the middle of the night. Jessica loved stormy nights when her boat rocked back and forth, moaning and groaning and protesting every one of its years at sea. In the turbulence, her boat was like her grandfather wrapping her up in the safety of the cabin, much like it had been when she was a child. Her parents were both workaholics. Her dad was a surgeon who rarely left the hospital, and her mom was a small business owner who couldn't be bothered by a little girl in desperate need of attention. Being with her grandfather was a safe harbor she'd looked forward to every year. With the storm on the way and old insecurities popping up, Jessica decided her vulnerability stemmed from immersing herself in doomsday articles. The butterfly flu was spreading, that was certain. Even the conservative writers pegged it as capable of reducing the world's population by a third. After slamming her car door behind her, she did a quick mental exercise where she gathered up all the negativity in her surrounding space, squished it into a ball, and watched it float away like a red balloon, leaving behind only the facts that didn't carry negativity. Tapping the steering wheel, she pondered over what she'd read. What was it about the bacteria that sounded so familiar? And why did she feel like finding an answer was important to her personally? It had to do with Luke. He was tormented by the answers that had escaped him, by that and more. Although the last couple times she'd talked to him, he'd seemed less like a slobby billionaire and more like an interesting person. As she pulled into her spot behind the clinic, she decided her life was becoming a bit much. Especially now that she had Sasquatch hovering over her, just dying to get her kicked out of the marina. She couldn't lose her home. That little boat and the breakwater and the harbor were the best parts of her childhood and her connection to her grandpa. She didn't like feeling threatened. She didn't like feeling exposed. Jessica unlocked the front door and ushered the young woman clutching a blue beach towel to her chest into the first exam room. Luke said helping people didn't matter, that it came back to bite you. Jessica just couldn't believe that. Grandpa had taught her to do unto others as you'd have done to you, and that what you send out into the world comes back to you tenfold. In need of a good dose of positive karma, Jessica peeled back the towel. Let's take a look. Chapter 8. Lucas adjusted the towel, one of several he'd purchased at the grocery store. What they lacked in sugar they made up for in random household goods. He put his straw cowboy hat, an impulse purchase, over his face to block out the afternoon sun. The morning mist had refreshed him after the long hours spent on his deck with nothing but the rustling of palm trees to keep him company. There was a storm due that night, and he kept a weather eye out for dark clouds. Anchored somewhere off Santa Rosa Island, he'd done little more than eat his lunch and lie on the deck. He hadn't slept at all after the Fido incident. Jessica's understanding about his situation, his desperation, had stirred something in his soul that Lucas had wanted to leave untouched indefinitely. He couldn't bring himself to face her again this morning. Not after the way he'd opened himself up. He needed some time to find steady ground. A light breeze cooled his skin. He thought about putting on sunscreen. That's what responsible adults did these days. They protected themselves. India was on quarantine. Flights were cut off. The whole country was a mess. America talked about closing the borders. Citizens hurried to get home before they weren't allowed back in. Foreign assigned missionaries clogged the airlines and railways. Those with work visas renewed them early so they could stay. Neighbors began watching neighbors, all in the name of protection. He was no different. All he was doing out here on the open water was protecting himself from his growing attraction to Jessica. She was warm. Not in a temperature sense, but in a human sense. So many of the people he had worked with were cold. They focused on science and solutions and worked in sterile environments. They were detached. They had to be. He had to be. You couldn't study nature's most effective killers and the effects they had on the human body if you cared about people. It didn't work like that. There had to be a level of separation where you became desperate and did stupid things. Like Tyler. No. He wouldn't think about Tyler, not today. Back to Jessica. Jessica was as warm as his deck on a summer day, or as honest as a child, or pure as distilled water, or gentle as a waltz. She was so many things that he had a hard time categorizing her, and he was good at categorizing. She cared, truly cared, about animals. Cared enough to put herself out there to make their lives better. That was a trait to be admired. Admired and emulated. Feeling uncomfortable with where his thoughts were taking him, and deciding that focusing on Jessica's other assets, such as her high cheekbones and smooth shoulders, wouldn't get him anywhere productive, he flipped on the radio in an effort at distraction. No sooner had the station identification ended than the host's nasally twang said, "We're back with Dr. William Alexander from Blue Pharma." If he'd wanted to get away from life's problems, he'd picked the wrong outlet. Lucas groaned as he yanked the hat off his face and threw it on the floor. "Thank you for having me, Michael." The host continued. "First off, let's talk about the name butterfly flu." William chuckled. While it's been named a flu, the illness is not caused by a virus, but a bacterium. Bacteria can be treated with antibacterial medications, and they can also be spread through contact. Thank you for the clarification, Dr. Alexander. As the butterfly flu continues to spread, our listeners want to know how long before it reaches our shores. Lucas glared at the white speaker set into the side of his boat as he called the host an unflattering name. "It's already here, idiot." Besides Brianna and the baby, there were 2 other reported cases on American soil. Those had been hushed to prevent widespread panic. Without being in the office and in the right circles, Lucas had no idea how many more cases there were now. He guessed at least 20. Rest assured that the TSA has taken an active role in preventing the spread of the butterfly flu in America. Lucas rolled his eyes as William continued. As you know, the most common side effect of the nymphalidae bacterium is the pink and purple rash that appears on the face of an infected individual. What is unknown to most people is that the butterfly flu creates a similar pattern in the tissues of the lungs 2 weeks before the rash on the face. By increasing the power level of the security scanners at the airport, TSA officials have been able to identify those who are still in the incubation period and stop them from entering the country. "That's great," said the host. "Why don't you tell us where Blue Pharma is in relation to finding the cure?" "Love to." The distinctive issue with this bacterium is that it doesn't behave like other bacteria we're familiar with. We've had to invent new processes in our lab just to study it. Lucas snorted. "You mean copy?" Tyler's article had outlined Germ-Tech Farm's process of growing the bacteria in white mice. At first, Lucas had been furious at Tyler for giving away trade secrets. The company that invented the cure for the butterfly flu would make billions, because the whole world would clamor for the drug. Sensing his disapproval, Tyler had pulled him aside and said, "It was my discovery to share. Everything you do is under Germ-Tech Farm." Tyler had paused, his eyes searching Lucas's. "What if it wasn't? Have you thought about joining forces? We might be able to find the cure faster if we shared what we know with Blue Pharma and Anderson Tech." Lucas had shaken his head. "We're way beyond anything they're even dreaming about. We have the best shot at stopping this, and its tracks collaboration will only slow us down." At the time, Lucas had had no idea if what he said was true, and Tyler had taken his word on it. Listening to William go on and on about an area that Lucas had ruled out 6 months ago confirmed his claim, but he didn't feel any better about it. Neither did lying around in the sun while there was work to do, work he could do if the stupid injunction against him hadn't been filed. Kicked out of his own lab. He shouldn't want to go back, not after the way he'd been treated. But a part of him, the ultra-nerd part, as Brianna would call it, missed the microscope and gleaming test tubes. Before the illness had become personal, it had been the biggest challenge of his career, a challenge that had him excited to get up every morning and fighting sleep at night so he could have just 1 more hour to work on the formula. Lucas checked his phone for the date. Brianna's autopsy results should be in soon. There were precious few who had the knowledge to determine the cause of death in a case where the deceased's blood was a cocktail of lethal bacteria, conventional medication, and experimental drugs. Therefore, the results had been slow in coming. She'd specified that her blood and tissues could be used to find a cure. Tyler had made sure the samples were distributed to all the companies with proper containment capabilities. The radio show wrapped up with the host, giving William several verbal pats on the back and extolling his continued dedication to the well-being of the American people, which had Lucas mentally gagging. William cared about the American people as much as Fido cared about his personal grooming habits. Lucas pressed the button to shut off the grating voice and put his hat back over his face. William was charismatic, he'd give him that, and he was off the charts intelligent, but he wasn't Lucas's, Tyler's, or their assistant David's equal in the lab. Most, if not all, of Blue Pharma's success came because of the people William hired and managed, people who slaved away while he took the credit for their work on national radio. Lucas must have dozed off, because he was awakened by a bullhorn loudly announcing, "This is the Coast Guard. Identify yourself." Lurching to a sitting position, Lucas stared at the large sailboat less than a mile away on a direct course to meet up with the Coast Guard in their speedboat. Overhead, a helicopter hovered, with Channel 5 News as bold as brass on its side and a cameraman hanging out the open door in a sling to get a good view of the scene unfolding in front of him. Desperate to remain off camera, Lucas shoved his hat on his head to hide his face and kept his chin down as he brought up the anchor and started the motor. Not daring to take stock of the situation over his shoulder in case someone with a zoom lens happened to care about a local fisherman, he headed back to the marina. The last thing he needed was someone recognizing him and smearing his image across the internet. All it would take was one person knowing his real identity. Jessica knew. She'd said as much last night. Yet Lucas hadn't panicked, in the face of recognition. Not from Jessica. Jessica was all sorts of somethings that Lucas had a hard time putting his finger on. She was kind to those who needed it most. Maybe that's why he didn't fear her knowing his true identity. He needed a large dose of charity. Not the monetary kind, but the person-to-person kind. Staring out at the water, watching the horizon dip with the tide, Lucas recalled Bree's love of the scriptures, although why that would come to mind now puzzled him. Perhaps it was the way the ocean made him feel insignificant. Or maybe it was because he could watch the shore and see the people and not want to hate them all. Or maybe it was his sister's spirit nudging him to contemplate more than integers and powers. She had always said there was more to life than a calculator. Whatever the reason, Lucas remembered her explaining that charity was love, pure love. Jessica's charity towards animals was exemplary, and Lucas had seen enough to know that she extended a limited amount of that to the people around her. What had she said? It's easier to trust a dog than it is to trust a person. He could see that. Dogs didn't stab you in the back or try and pull you down. They were excited every time they saw you. And they were loyal, something Lucas found severely lacking in the human population. Except for Jessica. Lucas pressed the throttle down, and the boat shot forward. He was suddenly very excited to get back inside the harbor. Chapter 9. Daisy, the cat, had suffered a broken leg because of her run-in with a vehicle. Jessica was able to reset it and secure a cast, much to the relief of her owner, Laura Livingston. Laura, as it turns out, had recently moved to Santa Barbara to escape her new daughter-in-law, who had a severe cat allergy. Moving away was the only reasonable thing to do, otherwise we would have killed each other, she confessed. Jessica chuckled. Ginger pranced out of the office and wrapped herself around Laura's legs in a show of affection Jessica had yet to see from the rescued stray. "Who is this?" asked Laura as she picked up the fur ball. Ginger's coat had come in shiny and thick with a couple weeks of good food and attention. She spent most of her time on top of the filing cabinets, but seemed to be brave after hours, which Jessica couldn't blame Ginger for, since the majority of her patients were dogs. "This is Ginger," Jessica introduced them. "You're a pretty kitty, aren't you?" Laura tucked Ginger under one arm and stroked her head. "I had a cat just like her when I was a girl. I used to dress her in my Cabbage Patch Dolls clothes." She twittered a laugh. Jessica considered the pair. "She's up for adoption, if you're interested." "Really?" Laura's face lit up. "Really?" Her owners had to move unexpectedly. Jessica bit her cheek. "Forgive me, Lord, for stretching the truth." Honestly, Laura was a cat person through and through. She'd even gotten the link to buy herself a pair of kitten pajamas just like the ones Jessica wore. She really needed to change clothes. She was almost as bad as Luke. A smile danced across her lips at the thought of him. "You know, I might just take her home right now." Laura rubbed her cheek against Ginger's head. The cat began to purr, the sound low and throaty like an engine. "I have her files all ready, and it would be no trouble. Daisy will have to stay here tonight, so that would give Ginger a chance to settle in." Jessica's heart warmed knowing she'd found a home for the cat. Ginger purred. "Let's do it." Laura grinned. After making sure Ginger was happy with Laura, which she was, if purring like a boat motor was any indication, Jessica locked the front door and cleaned up the exam room. Daisy was under sedation and should wake up around 10 that night. Jessica called Carson to fill him in on their new resident. He offered to check on the patient since he was going to a nearby bar for the evening. Jessica would check on her again in the morning. If her vitals were strong, Daisy could go home tomorrow afternoon. Jessica's stomach growled as she started her car. She wasn't in the mood for any of her usual haunts and instead opted to grab some essentials from the local market. Her galley kitchen didn't allow for much storage, and she found that she enjoyed eating fresh-cut vegetables almost as much as to-go food. The parking lot for the organic grocery was crowded, but that was to be expected for a Saturday afternoon. She found a spot and, sighing over her cat pajama bottoms and Levi's jacket, made her way into the store. There was a bright green paper taped to the door, and in big, bold letters, it proclaimed, "We are currently out of all flu prevention products including Sambucus immune lozenges, Cold Easy, Halo oral antiseptic, and vitamin C capsules. Our next shipment is due Tuesday." Jessica shook her head. From what she'd read that morning, preventing a butterfly flu outbreak would take a lot more than a few herbs. Just inside the front doors was a display of surgical masks, plastic gloves, and air filters. There weren't any reported cases of the flu in the US, but that didn't mean people were naive enough to believe it wouldn't get here eventually. Jessica wandered the aisles, concerned at the lack of stock. Bottled water and water filters were completely gone. A sign was taped in their place, telling patrons they didn't know when or if they'd be able to get more. Jessica took the things she needed and waited in line. An overall sense of anxiety hovered in the store like the storm clouds over the ocean. The weatherman predicted a storm tonight, just as the news predicted a pandemic. She glanced at the meager pile of groceries in her cart and wondered if she should buy a few more things. The magazines at the checkout had images of vampiric butterflies and hordes of people crowding medical clinics in India and China, their cheeks aflame with the pink and purple splotches that gave the flu its name. The flu had spread past India's borders and had the potential to cover the earth in the matter of 6 months. The line was long and the cashier knew, so Jessica opened one of her bags of mint cookies and set about making them disappear. Funnily, once the bag was open, time just flew right by, and soon she was on her way home. The first thing Jessica did when she pulled into the parking lot was to check for Lucas's day trip boat. She grinned when she found Fishing Buddy secured to the side tie. He's back. Her heart skipped a beat, and a smile filled her face. She wondered if he would stop by or if she'd scared him away last night with her feline wardrobe. She'd had a good day, done a good thing to help an animal in need and her owner. Good things were out there on the horizon for her, just waiting to wash ashore. Once she was out of the barely contained panic of the grocery store, she felt brighter. As she unloaded groceries and put the top up on her convertible, Jessica relived her and Luke's few moments together the night before. The meeting under the stars with the gentle lapping of the water against her boat had seemed intimate and led her to say more than she'd planned. She'd planned on keeping her mouth shut and never revealing what she'd read. Instead, she'd been lured into unfamiliar territory where she trusted a person enough to let her guard down. The sense of connection between her and Luke was enough to set her on edge and have her humming happily at the same time. She hardly knew what she wanted or what to expect from their next encounter, yet the uncertainty was thrilling. She met Jessica, her old neighbor, coming out as she was going in, saving Jessica from having to find her key fob. Jessica's blonde hair, streaked with gray, was parted in the middle and hung halfway down her back. She'd been a good friend to Grandpa, often sharing meals and stories, and she had extended that friendship to Jessica. "Hey, you want to go to the breakwater tonight for supper?" Jessica grinned. My nephew is in town. I've told him all about you. She wiggled her eyebrows. Jessica grimaced, and then she quickly schooled her features so as not to hurt Jessica's feelings. Her nephew was a dedicated surfer who followed the circuit. He did odd jobs around the harbor when he was in town, just enough to tide him over until the next competition. Jessica didn't see a long-term commitment in his immediate future, and she wasn't looking for a one-night stand or a fly-by-night romance. She wanted something tangible, lasting, and filled with the same kind of love Grandpa had shown for Grandma even after she'd passed away. Maybe some other time. Jessica tipped her head to the side, disappointed. However, she didn't insist, and Jessica loved her all the more for it. Okay. See ya around. Happily dodging another blind date had Jessica thinking about Big Red dodging animal control. Juggling bags, she managed to get her phone out of her purse and click on the bookmark for the animal shelter where they posted pictures of the dogs and cats they brought in each day. Today there were also 2 snakes and a hamster. Not finding her new friend on the page, Jessica didn't see the dingy orange life jacket until she'd tripped over it. One of her bags went flying as she threw her arms out to the side to find her balance. Canned goods scattered. She could only watch as one headed for the edge of the dock. Of course, the runaway would be the can of chili she had planned for dinner. At the last second, someone scooped it up, rescuing Jessica from a night of chicken noodle soup. Jessica followed the muscular arm up to the broad shoulder and finally arrived at the newly trimmed and shaped beard of none other than Luke himself. Letting out a lusty sigh she'd never heard leave her mouth before, Jessica blushed. Luke's eyes shone with a confidence she had yet to see. His slow approach drew out her anticipation like a long violin note right before the symphony crashes in harmonious rapture. Her skin tingled, and air came in large gulps. Luke broke eye contact first, seemingly unaware of what his appearance had done to Jessica's state of mind. He bounced the can of chili in his hand. Is this any good? He reached for the 2 bags on her right shoulder. Jessica let him take them. She hurriedly threw the scattered cans into the other bag, taking the time to compose herself. Standing, she smiled. It's hearty. His brow creased. It's turkey chili. That is not hearty, says the man with no food in his galley. Jessica swiped the can from his hands with a smile. I have a better idea. He reached for her last bag and easily slung it over his arm. Did he iron his shirt? How about dinner at Moby Dick's? Jessica quickly moved her gaze to the long wharf with its sturdy support beams silhouetted in the evening sunlight and the restaurant at the end visible from the marina. So much safer to take in the surf than it was to take in the tight muscles in Luke's arms as he swung the grocery bags over one shoulder, the straps hooked to his finger. Her heart thrummed. Like a date, she blurted. She'd spent the last month avoiding setups and blind dates. She hadn't considered the idea that a man might just come right out and ask her. Did they even do that anymore? I think that's what it's called. Luke winked. Jessica's heart did a double flip. I haven't. She looked down at her kitty attire in disbelief. There was no way this was happening right now. Although, being asked out by a handsome neighbor with her hair halfway in a ponytail was kind of how her life went. Luke kicked at the life preserver. It doesn't have to be a date. We could just do dinner. I gotta eat, and whatever they're serving has to be better than this. He held up the chili can. Jessica patted her unwashed and unbrushed hair. Who knew what version of the crazy cat lady she presented at the moment? She was in no shape to go to Moby Dick's or even play in the seaweed. She needed a shower. The longer she debated, the more flustered Luke appeared. He ran his hand through his hair, twice, and then patted it to make sure it wasn't sticking up. Sure. Dinner's good. Dates are good. She took 2 side steps, wishing her brain was running as fast as her mouth. Just let me get changed. I had a cat throw up on me and, oh, kill me now. Sounds interesting. Luke grinned like he was really happy she'd said yes, cat story and all. 2 points for the guy with the sexy beard. I'll meet you back here in an hour? She could have used 5 hours to get date ready, but she'd take an hour and be glad for it. That'll work. Jessica turned and took 3 light steps before she realized she was missing her groceries. Luke hadn't seemed to notice the error either, as he went the other direction, swinging one of the bags and whistling. She waited to see if he'd notice. It was kind of nice to think she'd wiped his mind clean as fast as he'd done hers with his invitation to dinner. Not just to dinner, on a date. Her whole body buzzed with an unfamiliar sort of happiness. She was excited. Excited to spend an evening with Luke. He did a sidestep around the life preserver she'd tripped on, nodded to someone she couldn't see, and dodged an empty garbage can. She started to giggle. How did he not realize he was walking off with her bags? He was adorable. When he got to the gate, he stopped and stared at his hands as if he didn't remember they were attached to his body. Shrugging, he turned to come back. She couldn't help herself, she let her laughter dance across the water. He joined in right away. His timbre was deep enough to send waves of awareness through Jessica's body. He jogged back. Maybe you should take these. He passed her the bags. You sure? There's more than just chili in there, she teased. Any cookies? She grinned and hugged a bag close. Wouldn't you like to know? He eyed her up and down, his eyes giving off that spark she found so alluring. I'll bet you're a mint Oreo girl. Jessica felt her cheeks color. There was not 1 but 2 bags of mint Oreos in there, and she'd put away enough cookies on her way home to spoil her dinner for a week. You peeked, she accused. Nope. Luke reached out and brushed at her cheek. Jessica felt something crumbly fall away. No. Her hand flew to her cheek, and she brushed furiously, feeling minty goodness smear under her hand. Oh, the horror. I'll see you in a bit. Luke winked again, and if Jessica hadn't been holding the bags of canned goods, she would have floated away. As soon as he was out of sight, she groaned. Sagging, she shook her head at herself. What a great impression she must have made. Seriously. Cookies smeared across her face. He should have run screaming. But he'd asked her to dinner. Her heart slammed against her chest. He'd asked her to dinner in an hour. It was time to do some major damage control. Hurling herself onto the salty dog, Jessica tossed her groceries on the bunk and grabbed her shower caddy. Tripping over life preservers, dropping groceries, wearing cookie crumbs, and talking about cat vomit was not the impression Jessica wanted to give Luke. No, sir. She was on a mission. Tonight, she was pulling out all the stops. She checked the skies on the way to the showers. Huge, fluffy clouds bunched together just offshore, white as cotton balls. The evening should be nice, but once those clouds were pushed through, the big storm would rage. She hoped they were either tucked into a cozy booth on the wharf or perhaps, dared she even think it? Snuggled close on his couch to watch the lightning dance across the sky. Chapter 10. Luke paced the dock between his home and Jessica's slip. As far as he could tell, she wasn't inside the salty dog. The curtains were pulled, blocking his view of the inside. He wasn't sure if he should step aboard or just wait. He decided to wait. He'd opted to go with a pair of khaki pants and a button-up shirt. Nothing too fancy, he didn't want to look like he was trying too hard, but he wanted to wear something different than the wrinkled shorts he'd been living in. Jessica had noticed his trimmed hair when she'd run into him on the dock. He'd caught the appreciation in her gaze. While it pleased him to no end to see a spark between them, he was just as excited about the opportunity to really talk with her as he was to be with her. He ran his hand through his hair, then raked his fingers through his sculpted beard. He'd kept the longer hair and had it shaped to hang over his brow with a little rock and roll. The time he'd spent on the incognito had changed him. He didn't feel like the lab junkie who spent more time with microscopes than people. When all that was stripped away, he'd been left bare and unsure of his place. He was evolving into something new, someone new, and he wanted it to show on the outside as much as he felt it on the inside. The barber had offered to shave the beard, but Lucas liked having facial hair. It was a shield against recognition. Besides, he'd wondered what it would be like to hold a woman close and tickle her neck. Not that he was planning to take things in that direction with Jessica. Not tonight, anyway. Shoot, he was definitely trying too hard. Jessica's back door slid open, and she glided out as graceful as a sailboat with a favorable wind. Looking stunning in a lightweight salmon-colored sundress with a cream wrap draped about her delicate shoulders, she offered a tentative smile. Lucas held out his hand to help her over the small gap between her boat and the walkway. She accepted, sliding her soft fingers into his with a zing. "You look beautiful," he breathed. Sucking in a lungful of salty air, he cleared his throat. Jessica's eyes lit up. "Thank you." She tipped her head. "You look like a new man." He puffed up his chest. "Do you think so? Am I respectable now?" She brushed past him, the scents of spearmint and eucalyptus lingering behind. "I doubt you're ever respectable, Luke." She said his name like a tease, which did funny things to Lucas's circulatory system. "I thought we could walk, if that's okay?" He offered her his arm, worried that taking her hand would be too forward. "Great, now I'm trying too hard and overanalyzing." "Sounds wonderful." Jessica took his arm and they strolled at a leisurely pace. There was a slight breeze that hinted at chilly, which was a nice contrast to the heat of the evening sun on their backs. The beach was calm and the sidewalk clear. The families and volleyball players with their radios, shouting, and laughter were gone for the night, leaving the peace to Luke and Jessica. Most of the evening weekend action happened on State Street, which was one reason Luke had picked Moby Dick's. The atmosphere was quiet, a little on the romantic side, and allowed them to take in the beautiful view. He'd looked over the menu posted out front. They had a variety of items, with seafood being their main fare. At the wharf, there was a mad rush of sound where the waves crashed against the sand. Once they were beyond the noise, they put the outside world behind them. Jessica breathed in, and Lucas could feel her muscles relax. "I haven't been to Moby Dick's in years," Jessica said softly. The golden light kissed her cheekbones, giving them a rosy glow. Lucas reminded himself not to stare at her. "Really?" Moby Dick's was always a celebration place. "It's where Grandpa took me when I graduated high school, college, vet school, and the day I opened my office here in town. Then it's appropriate that we're here tonight." "Why? Are we celebrating?" "I am." "What?" "It's not every day I get to take out the most beautiful woman in Santa Barbara." He mentally gagged at the cheesy line. "You're a genius, for heaven's sake, try to be original." He had been the nerd in high school, the one who won the science fair and the language fair and the math tournament. It wasn't until he'd taken a weights class in college that he'd started to bulk up and women had started to take notice. He'd soon learned that he didn't have the experience with women to run with the sorority ladies. Even though they flirted, he decided it was safer for his heart to stick close to the labs, which meant he wasn't any type of ladies' man. a fact his sister told him would help him in the long run. He truly hoped so, though he would have paid good money to have a coach for the night, because he felt like he was in uncharted waters. Jessica elbowed him lightly in the stomach. "I'll bet you say that to all the girls." She batted her eyelashes heavily. Lucas pressed his hand to his chest in mock horror. "I can assure you, I don't say it to the guys." Jessica tipped her head back and laughed. He found that he liked her laughter. She didn't twitter or hum through her nose as if she were embarrassed to have a good time. Nope, she laughed deeply, really feeling the joy in the moment, something Luke was still learning to do. Lucas pulled open the door, where they were greeted by a 5-foot-tall wheel that could have come from a pirate ship. It was worn and weathered and covered in blue Christmas lights, which seemed odd, considering it wasn't close to Christmas, but somehow it fit in just right with the rest of the decor. The waiting area had nautical wooden benches, and the walls were covered in articles and images all having to do with the sea. Also greeting customers was a mounted shark's head, complete with teeth. The wooden floors were soft with age. The opposite wall, which ran the entire length of the restaurant, was made of thick windows that provided diners with plenty of ocean views. A hostess with a cheery disposition directed them to the right, where she seated them at a window table. She bounded away to find her next project and was replaced by a server with a faux hawk and a tattoo of a flounder on his neck. After a few minutes of perusing the menu and getting their server's opinion on things, Lucas ordered the bacon-wrapped shrimp and Jessica ordered the captain's favorite cod. After the server left, Lucas stared at his water glass, finally asking, "So really, though, how many guys did I beat out for tonight?" Jessica turned back from watching the sunset and ducked her head. "Just one." "Oh." Lucas had been joking, but knowing there was another man out there vying for Jessica's time didn't sit well. Jessica bit her lip. "Trust me, you were the better option of the two." Interested in the competition and in what gave him an edge, he asked, "Why do you say that?" Jessica laughed easily. "I'll take the devil I know versus the one I don't." Lucas grinned. "Blind date?" "I seem to have more than my share of them, especially lately. Emily's determined to find my match." I can understand her motivation. "You're stunning, smart, a business owner, you're quite the catch." Lucas's mouth had suddenly gone dry. He took a big swig from his water glass. Dating 101, do not compare your date to a fish, especially when you're eating fish. Jessica didn't take offense. "Thanks. I do get asked out by clients occasionally, but it rarely turns out well." "Why is that?" Curiosity was one of his strongest traits, and he was certainly interested in what Jessica's life looked like from her side of the dock. The server appeared, and they paused for a moment as their food was placed before them. "Thank you," Lucas said. "Please, continue." He nodded to Jessica. Jessica unrolled her flatware and draped her napkin across her lap. "Mostly we end up talking about their pet, and the guy fishes for free vet advice, which I freely give because I can't stand the idea of an animal suffering. Jerks." She sighed. "How about you?" "I'm married to my lab, or I was." He cringed and took another drink. "She already knows who I am, there's no point in trying to talk myself up. I could have dated women from the office, but interoffice romances are never a good idea." "Not even your assistant?" Luke chuckled. "She already bosses me around, so there's no point in taking her home and making it official. Besides, her grandchildren would beat me up if I tried anything with their abuela." Jessica laughed. "She bosses you around?" Lucas grinned, thinking of Juanita's motherly ways and the hole she filled in his life. "She pretty much runs my day. I wouldn't have been able to find the harbor without her sending directions to my phone." Jessica tipped her head and considered him. Your mind is probably on more important things than doing laundry and paying bills. Lucas leaned back in his seat, totally blown away. She got him. He was the quintessential absent-minded professor who muttered formulas in the elevator and dreamed of molecules. Most women ran screaming when they saw his apartment for the first time, pants that had been dropped wherever he was standing when he took them off, his toothbrush on the counter instead of in a cup, dirty dishes piled in the sink, and notes tucked in with the DVDs. Juanita kept him organized and functional in the office and sent in a team of maids once a week to save him at home. There is that, but in reality, there was never anyone interesting enough to ask out. He brushed his fingers across her arm. Until now. He hadn't meant to throw that last bit out there. Touching her had sent a jolt up his arm that apparently went straight to his tongue. What he'd said came from his heart, though, and he had no intention of taking it back or being embarrassed. He liked Jessica, and he was man enough to admit it to himself. Jessica tucked her hair behind her ear and looked up at him through lowered lashes. Lucas took a chance and took her hand in his. She gave him a little squeeze that let him know she was glad. Luke's chest warmed. Despite his nervousness, things were going well between them. He didn't know where this was all going to lead, but for the first time in a long time, he felt hope. A heavy hand fell on Lucas's shoulder, drawing his attention away from his captivating dinner partner. So this is where you disappeared to? Lucas Scott, the reclusive billionaire. Lucas reluctantly twisted in his seat and acknowledged the interloper. Stephen. It's good to see you. Lucas's throat began to close off. He gripped Jessica's fingers. She returned the pressure, lending silent support. What are you doing here? He asked, point blank. Stephen jerked his chin out, which was hard to do considering his massive overbite. Without a paycheck, I had to move in with my daughter and her husband. We're celebrating her birthday tonight. I'm sorry to hear about your troubles, replied Lucas. Shutting down the team wasn't an easy decision, and he lived the aftershocks every time he turned on the news or heard the death tally. You should be. It's your fault. Thunder rumbled outside. Lucas released Jessica and pushed his chair out to stand. He'd explained this all before, and bringing it up here, in front of his date, was uncalled for. It was time to do some damage control. He'd set up a meeting when the two of them could talk this out. Hey, now. Pain exploded as Stephen's fist connected with Lucas's cheek. Lucas's head snapped back. Grunting, he staggered into the table before righting himself. Stephen had punched him. What the heck? Jessica cried out as ice water, cod, and tartar sauce dumped into her lap. She jumped up, her hands out to the sides, and she stared down at her beautiful dress. It was ruined now, the grease would never come out of the fabric. Lucas saw red. He balled his fists and clenched his jaw. Jessica reached out quickly and touched his arm. She shook her head, letting him know that it wasn't worth the fight. He disagreed, she was very much worth fighting for, but he held back. This was her town, her restaurant full of beautiful memories, and he didn't want to soil it any more than he already had. Stephen stepped up so they were toe-to-toe. Lucas could count the pockmarks on his face and smell the alcohol on his breath. We're not even close to even, he growled, but man, that felt good. Go home, Stephen. You've had too much to drink. Luke glared him down. He'd taken one punch, but he wouldn't take another. Stephen stepped back and then looked at his hand. He started shaking it, as if surprised that it hurt after slamming it against a jawbone. He wandered out the front door, where a woman, his daughter, probably, grabbed his arm and pulled him quickly away. I'm so sorry. Lucas reached for Jessica, who was soaking a cloth napkin in his cup of water. She wrung it out right there in the middle of the mess on the table and applied it to his cheek. He wrapped an arm around her, loving the way she fit next to him. He couldn't even feel the pain in his face, not when he was holding her. "Don't worry about it," she said easily. "But your dress." Jessica shrugged. "I have others." She stared up at him as her gentle hands checked him for injury. She was purposeful and careful around the swelling as she probed. "I don't think anything is broken. Can you open your jaw?" He did so a couple of times. It was sore. "Nothing a few Advil won't cure." She nodded, her gaze shifting from his cheek to his eyes. She watched him with compassion and something else, something that tugged at his heart. Jessica cared. She cared that he'd been hurt tonight, but that wasn't all. She cared about what happened before and what would happen next. Lucas had forgotten what it felt like to matter to someone. To have that someone be Jessica was a balm to his heart. He brushed her cheek with the backs of his fingers. She was absolutely amazing, so calm in the middle of the chaos he called life. He wanted to hold on to her forever. To think she could turn such a horrible moment into such a soft and tender one, this was the kind of woman he wanted. No. He didn't want someone like Jessica. He wanted Jessica with her tender touch and soft heart. Jessica placed her delicate hand on his good cheek. "Hey." She bit her lip, and his eyes followed the movement. Despite being clocked, Lucas felt like the luckiest guy in the world. He took the napkin from Jessica and tossed it on the table. Tightening his arm around her back, he pulled her body flush with his and brushed his thumb over her lips. Jessica's eyes drifted shut. She sighed into him as Luke leaned down to kiss her. "Folks, I'm going to have to ask you to leave," said their server. Lucas silently cursed and nodded numbly, so close to Jessica's lips that he could almost taste them. "Your timing stinks." The server leaned in and said quietly, "Probably best if you take that outside." Suddenly, Luke was aware of the many sets of eyes watching him and Jessica. She stepped back, ducking her head to avoid eye contact with the other patrons. Luke hadn't been in a fight before, nor had he ever been asked to leave a restaurant. A feeling of shame and embarrassment overcame him. He took Jessica's hand and tucked her behind him so the man holding up his iPhone wouldn't get her in the shot. Straightening up to his full 6'1" height, he walked them to the hostess's stand, where he paid for the food they didn't get to eat. As they waited for his credit card to clear, a phone camera flashed. His stomach dropped. Being anonymous wasn't an option anymore. Which meant his time here was limited. Once outside, he ushered Jessica to the end of the pier, where they could stare out at the water that churned with the breeze and sent angry bursts at them every few minutes. Out here, he could pretend that the world really was behind them even as he felt it close in. "Is it really your fault?" Jessica asked. She struggled with her wrap, which had twisted. Lucas took a moment to untangle the soft fabric. His palms grazed her shoulders as he slid it over her soft skin. Jessica shivered and leaned back against him. Lucas concentrated on relaxing his hand and neck muscles. Going out had been such a bad idea. He should have stayed locked away in his cabin until the end of time. In fact, he was considering doing just that. I don't take the blame for Stephen's lack of financial planning. If he'd been half as smart with his money as he was in the lab, he'd still have 3 homes. But I do feel responsible for taking away his source of income. That wasn't ever part of the plan. Nothing had gone according to plan. He should stop making plans altogether. "I'm sorry I brought you out here tonight." She flipped around to search his face. The pale yellow glow from a weak overhead lamp reflected the uncertainty in her eyes. "You're sorry?" He wasn't sorry about spending time with her, just sorry that things had turned out badly. You deserve. She placed a finger over his lips, cutting him off. Her eyes darted from his eyes to his lips. Questions spun about in her head, he could see them in the slight dip of her eyebrows. Tell me about your sister. Out here in the semi-darkness, with the whole sea rolling along under their feet and no one around, Luke felt safe enough to talk about Brianna. Holding Jessica was like holding a life preserver. He could jump into the deepest, darkest waters knowing she would keep him safe. Brianna was pretty great. I think she grew up feeling lonely, because it was just me and her for a long time. Our parents died when she was just 18 and I was 12. She was wicked smart. He tightened his hold in fear. He wanted to tell her everything, wanted Jessica to understand what had really happened. She believed in me. In the end, she said Tyler and I were her last hope, that if anyone could figure this out, it was us. His voice caught, he couldn't confess the rest. You couldn't have known. Jessica put her hands on his forearms, her touch exciting and comforting at the same time. Never had a woman filled him with such amazing contradictions. I knew. He dropped his arms and stepped back. That's why I refused to give her the drug. I knew it wasn't ready. Ever the quick mind, Jessica asked, wait, if you refused, then how did she get it? Lucas dropped his head. The secret he'd been carrying for weeks now burned in his chest like an acid spill. Luke? Jessica pulled her wrap tighter around her shoulders as a breeze swept in and threw her hair into her face. He didn't have to tell her. He could brush it aside and never mention it again. If he did, there would always be this thing between them, a wedge that could potentially drive them apart, and he didn't want that. He wanted to be open with her, for her to see the ugly inside of him and still choose him. Tyler administered it, he said, just loud enough to be heard over the growing wind. Jessica pushed her hair back, her eyes thoughtful. But everyone says you did. She lowered her brow. You might go to prison for this. He'd contemplated the consequences for about 30 seconds. Tyler has 4 kids who just lost their mother and who need him. I don't have anyone. Jessica closed the distance between them and slid her arms around his neck. That's not true. She tugged him down, bringing their lips together in a tender and tentative kiss. Splaying his palms across her back, Luke pulled her against him. Her kisses were sweet and full of the joy she so easily displayed. Luke drank in every bit, but it only left him thirsting for more. He had no idea how long he had until that picture got out, until the Barracuda found him, until she turned this haven into Hades. He'd have to leave, before he poisoned the harbor. It was the honorable and right thing to do. He just didn't know if he'd be strong enough. Maybe just a few more days with Jessica. Thunder boomed overhead, startling them apart. Luke surveyed the foreboding clouds. We're going to have to make a run for it. He took her hand, and they sprinted over the uneven timbers. Once the storm decided to turn inland, it came with a vengeance. Rounding the corner, they reached the sidewalk, where the wet sand slowed them to a light jog. Jessica's hair whipped across her face, and she clutched his fingers to keep from falling. Luke held tight as a cold burst shoved Jessica towards the street and almost pulled them apart. Straining, Luke tightened his hold. Since the moment he'd met Jessica Lee, forces beyond their control had been pulling them apart and flinging them together again like a wicked riptide. Luke tucked her next to him. He wasn't giving up that easily. Clinging together, they pressed on, Luke doing his best to shield her from the sea spray and rain with his body. Palm trees lashed back and forth overhead, branches snapping and flinging into the night. Rain tinged with salt hit their shoulders and stung their cheeks. They reached the gate, and Luke pressed his fob against the lock. All around them, boats strained against their tie-downs as they bobbed up and down. Huge waves crashed against the breakwater, booming like cannons and shooting water 20 feet into the air. "Be safe," yelled Jessica over the noise. Her hand slipped out of his, and she darted to her home. Luke watched her go, shielding his eyes against the downpour, shocked at how much warmth Jessica's small body had yielded. He'd wanted to take her to his boat, to hold her tight as the world moved through chaos. He didn't want to seduce her, though he wouldn't mind another kiss. He just wanted to hold her. In her absence, his core shook and his bones ached with the cold. There was more to his shivering than a loss of body heat. When Jessica left, she took her sunshine with her. Without a doubt, Lucas needed her in his life. He just wasn't sure how he could build a life with sunshine and protect her from the darkness he'd run away from. Because his old life was creeping up on him. Chapter 11. The next morning, the clouds had moved on to another part of the country, leaving the harbor disheveled but calm. Palm fronds leaned up against the fence, ripped from the trees and propped there by the storm. Boat owners crowded the pier, checking their riggings and assessing if there was any damage. Luke debated knocking on Jessica's door for a full half hour. Wasn't there a rule about not calling a woman right after a date? And why was that a rule? Did women think men were stalking them? Did they want their space? Or had it been thought up by men who decided they didn't want to project desperation? As the night before played through his head, he groaned. Worst date ever. Except the kiss at the end, that is. He was such an idiot. After being thrown out of Moby Dick's, he should have walked her home, said goodbye, then hopped into his day boat and disappeared. Instead, he'd confessed a lie, then rushed her home in a torrent of lightning and rain. They hadn't even said a proper good night, each of them diving for cover in their own boats. He oscillated between begging her forgiveness and promising never to darken her door again. He checked his cheek in the mirror, a dark purple bruise glared back at him. It disappeared into his beard, and he was once again grateful he hadn't shaved it off. He supposed it could have been worse. Stephen was more of a scientist than he was a prizefighter. Thanks to the guy's underused muscles, Lucas's cheekbone and sinuses were still intact. Fat lot of good that would do him if Jessica slammed her door in his face. The wood planking was warm and smooth beneath his bare feet as he bit the bullet and approached her entry, his heart threatening to pound right out of his chest. His indecision and turmoil were pointless, because when he finally squared his shoulders and knocked, Jessica wasn't home. She'd mentioned something about a cat with a broken leg, and knowing her, she was taking care of the animal. Restless and pent up, Luke decided to take a walk. He put a hat on to hopefully shield his face from curious strangers. It was probably a good thing Jessica wasn't there to see him. Though she'd kissed him, and what a kiss it was, he doubted she would agree to a second date. Bad pickup lines, getting sucker punched, and then being thrown out of the restaurant all added up to a pathetic excuse for a romantic evening. He also worried about that picture that had been taken as they'd left the restaurant. His anonymity had a time limit, and Lucas wasn't ready to see it disappear. He'd enjoyed becoming Luke, a guy with nowhere to go and no one relying on him to save the world. A man who could ask a woman out without her fawning all over his bank account. Actually, Jessica wasn't the type to worry about his credit limit, or lack of one. She took so much of his life, his personality, and his quirks in stride that he couldn't help but think she was the diamond in his rough life. What would it be like to wake up to that kind of love every morning? Not to mention a set of beautiful almond-colored eyes. You want the tacos, hey, man? Lucas jolted from his daydreams to find himself outside the Fresh Catch Cafe at the end of the pier. Bear wasn't shoving a lobster in his face this time, but Luke wouldn't mind shoving a few of those shrimp tacos in his gullet. Bring 'em on. Luke rubbed his belly. Right, you have good taste. Bear nodded approval. I'll be at my usual table. Luke pointed to the other side of the building. Bear waved his acknowledgement. About 10 minutes later, with a plate of hot tacos before him, the smell of lime and garlic wafting up in a tantalizing aroma, Luke finally started to feel better about things. Bear pointed to his cheek. I didn't peg you for the fighting type. He shared a chuckle with Rusty, who looked like the fighting type with words tattooed in the spaces between his knuckles. Luke wondered if cooking could really build arms like that, or if Rusty took apart the wharf at night and put it back together. He probed his cheek with his fingertips. I'm not. I never took a swing. Oh man. That's harsh. Bear wiped off the counter as he talked. If you want, Rusty can give you some lessons. He used to box before we opened this place. Rusty lifted his spatula and spoke through the open window. You have to get your arms up, protect your face, don't get distracted. An image of Jessica in that sweet dress with the sunset brushing her shoulders filled Luke's head. She'd been distracting, all right. Bear snapped his fingers in front of Luke's face. Oh man. It's a woman. Who is she? We'll put in a good word for you, let her know you're tougher than you look. Luke swatted him away. Don't bother. She'll probably never go out with me again, so it's not worth your time. You never know, said Bear. We hold a lot of sway around these parts. Lucas started in on his second taco. Yeah. Bear stopped wiping and leaned against the counter. Yeah. Who is she? Luke shrugged. What was the harm in telling them? There was video evidence that they'd been out together. The videos were probably circling social media right now. Jessica Lee. Bear and Rusty simultaneously frowned. Jessica Lee? Asked Rusty as he cracked his knuckles. You put little Jessica in danger. He slammed his fist down on the other side of the window, and glass rattled. Luke blinked. She wasn't in danger. I got sucker punched at dinner. Bear slapped his palm against the counter. You were the guy at Moby Dick's last night? Luke wiped his mouth with the paper napkin. I see word travels fast at the end of the world. Yeah, we heard about it this morning. He sized up Luke. You don't look like you had to go to the hospital. Well aware of how a truth could be cut in half and multiplied by 10, Luke rolled his eyes. As you can see, it's just the one small bruise. Bear leaned close and looked intently at his face. It's not that small. Luke pulled back before Bear could start poking at him. Don't worry, Jessica took good care of me. This time Rusty slammed his hand against the glass, making both Luke and Bear jump. Do not disrespect Jessica Boo. What? Luke wondered why it was all of a sudden so hot. I didn't mean it like that. She put cold water and ice on my face. Rusty's palm slid down the glass as his temper cooled. He finally nodded. See this scar? He pressed his forearm against the window, revealing a line that went from his wrist to his elbow. Caught myself with a fishing hook. Jessica stitched me up right there on the boat. Bear lifted his pant leg, revealing a perfectly healthy, if not hairy, limb. Cracked my leg on a longboard. Jessica set it for me. Luke raised his eyebrows. You guys know she's a vet, not a doctor, right? Yeah, but it was just a crack, and I could still walk on it. And Rusty hates doctors. He was going to wrap it with duct tape and call it good. We're not the only ones she helps. That girl scatters sunshine. Luke grinned, grateful to finally have a description for the way Jessica made him feel. She scattered sunshine. No wonder he craved her. Bear leaned in to take Luke's empty plate. Look, man, I like you and all, but if you mess with Jessica's heart, I'll invite Rusty out of the kitchen. Rusty nodded his beefy head. Luke shook his head. Don't worry. After last night, I doubt she'll ever want to speak to me again. Bear grunted as if he completely approved of the plan. Great. He'd hoped for some encouragement, but all he felt was that he'd messed things up beyond repair. Chapter 12. Mondays were busy days at the clinic. Not wanting to pay emergency room prices, owners often held off treatment until Monday morning, when they flooded the waiting room with worried looks. Madison tried not to book regular appointments in the morning for that very reason, yet there always seemed to be an exception or two. For the first time in her life, Jessica had wanted to stay home from work. After running through the rain hand in hand with Luke, she thought of little else. His confession and the following kiss on the wharf had taken away any doubts in Jessica's mind about Luke's character. The man had lain on a live grenade for his family. To think he'd refused to give his sister the medication, and when her husband had done it anyway, Luke had taken the blame. He'd suffered mightily for it too. She well remembered the way he'd looked the first time she'd seen him, rumpled, food on his shirt, his hair a mess. He paid a high price for loving his family. Dedication and loyalty like that were hard to come by in a guy. Not a guy, a man. She'd felt safer in the middle of a storm with her hand in his than she did curled up in her berth. It was no wonder that she'd spent every spare minute reliving the feel of his arms about her and his hot and salty kisses. Sighing, she pushed open the exam room door to meet her first patient. The purebred Pomeranian puppy on the counter in exam room 3 was an appointment, not a walk-in. The 6-week-old was a first-time patient in the clinic. He seemed to be happy and interested in what was going on as he nipped at Jessica's stethoscope. He was playful, yet still pliable, and Jessica was impressed with his temperament. The owner, a middle-aged woman with 2 toddlers in tow, took notes on her iPhone as Jessica talked about feedings and shots. He's a good little pup. Jessica lifted his cheek to check his teeth. Lots of energy is normal. He'll play hard and sleep hard. Wait, he asked the owner. Her fingers hovered over her phone. Jessica nodded. Yes, he. She smiled at the 2 youngsters, who were watching her movements. They had on matching t-shirts and shorts, although one was a full head taller than the other. It can't be a he. We specifically bought a female from the breeder. Jessica gently rolled the puppy onto its back. He wiggled and kicked his legs in the air as she tickled his stomach. Yep. It's a boy. Are you sure? Asked the woman. Jessica bit back a smile. The evidence was right there. Yep. I'm sure. The woman folded her arms. The breeder assured me it was a girl. Jessica cleared the laughter from her voice. The woman had 2 sons, so she obviously knew the qualifications for determining the sex of an animal. Besides, she wasn't ready to give an anatomy lesson in front of the kids. I can promise you it's a boy, said Jessica, pleased that she hadn't laughed while she said it. The woman narrowed her eyes. I'd like a second opinion. Jessica opened the door and leaned out. Carson came out of the exam room across the hall. Just in time. Hey, she whispered, got a minute? Smiling, Jessica motioned him over and let the door shut behind her so she could explain the situation. We need a second opinion. Carson furrowed his brow. Usually, it was him asking Jessica for a second opinion. Okay. Jessica stared at him for a minute. Something was different. Did you wax your eyebrows? No, Carson snapped. His hands went to his forehead. Jessica tipped her head in question. Maybe. He dropped his arms. She laughed. Poor guy. He'd probably started dating a woman who waxed for a living. When he dated a hairstylist, he'd always been gelled to perfection. When he dated a cook, he'd talked nonstop about spices. The door popped open and the owner leaned out. She's not telling you what to say, is she? Carson held up his hands. I'm not sure I understand the question. The woman came out into the hallway with the puppy in her arms. Her eyes narrowed at Jessica, and she moved so that she stood between the two of them. Jessica stepped back, happy to give her the space she needed to get answers. Without asking Dr. Lee, tell me if this is a girl or a boy. She shoved the animal into Carson's arms. Carson shook his head, probably wondering if he'd fallen down the rabbit hole. He checked the dog and pronounced happily, boy. The owner cursed and wrenched the dog out of his hands. I don't believe you. She poked her head back into the room. We're leaving. She tucked the puppy under her arm and strode out. The kids exchanged looks and then followed in her wake without protesting. Jessica pressed her lips tightly together to keep in her laughter until the door swung shut. Carson grunted. Did I say something wrong? Giggling, Jessica shook her head. Don't worry, she didn't believe me either. But you are the vet. I know. Jessica shrugged. She'll figure it out, eventually. Hopefully she could stud the dog out and make some money. Or she could sell him. There were options in the world for a purebred animal. Options that animals like Big Red didn't have. Jessica's heartstrings tugged. She hadn't seen the dog in a while, and she wondered if he'd found a home for himself. Hey, that lady didn't pay, said Madison from the waiting room. Still chuckling, Jessica called back, it's okay. In a quieter voice, she told Carson she didn't get the shots, so it was just time and the entertainment was worth an appointment slot. Just as she was about to head into the next room, a man rushed through the door, holding his cat. He spied Jessica and ran straight to her despite Madison's attempts to get him to check in at the desk. You've got to help Prussia, I think she's going blind. He swiped a tear away and then wiped his damp forehead with the back of his hand. Instantly concerned, Jessica asked, what seems to be the trouble? Shaking, the story tumbled out of the man. I usually keep her inside. I mean, she's an indoor cat and she doesn't even go out to go to the bathroom. She has a litter box. Nodding, Jessica reached over and stroked the cat's head. Uh-huh. My neighbor came over with some salmon he caught in Alaska, and we were talking on my porch, and I didn't even think about the door being open, but Prussia must have smelled the fish or something, because she was suddenly right there at my feet and her eyes had shrunk. Shrunk? Asked Carson. Yes. I scooped her up and ran all the way here. Can you save her? Flummoxed, Jessica ushered him into room 1, where she snapped on a pair of gloves. Carson did the same while the man put Prussia on the table. She watched Jessica, and Jessica watched her for a minute. Using a pen light, Jessica went back and forth on the tabletop, the cat tracking the glow. She seems to be okay. Why don't you hold her while I look into her eyes? Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know what I'd do if Prussia couldn't see. She's such a good cat. He scooped her up and held her close to his chest. She is a good cat. Jessica held the light off to one side and then shined it in Prussia's left eye. The pupil shrank and the man whimpered. It did it again. Poor Prussia. Is this what you saw? Jessica shined the light in the right eye, and that pupil also shrank. Yes. Do you know what it is? Does it hurt her when you do that? Is it treatable? Jessica shook her head at Carson, who coughed to cover his laughter. Sir, I think Prussia is going to be just fine. Thank heavens. He sagged with relief. What do we need to do? Well, Jessica wasn't sure how to explain that he'd nearly cost himself a heart attack for nothing. When an animal experiences a change in light, the pupil, or the black part of the eye, will shrink to let in less light. When it's dark, the pupil grows. It's part of the normal function of the eye. So, he glanced down at the animal in his arms. She's not blind? No. Prussia has excellent vision, Jessica assured him. She suddenly wondered if the cat had ever been in the sun. If the owner was so concerned over seeing her eyes dilate, she probably never made it out. Not that cats needed sunlight like humans. They got their vitamin D from their food. But they liked to warm themselves in the sun, and fresh air did every animal some good. Also, how often was this guy staring into her eyes? Prussia purred as he scratched behind her ears. I'm taking you right home, baby girl. Right this way, sir. Carson guided the man to the front desk. When was Prussia's last checkup? I can't remember. I'm so flustered. I don't know what I'd do. Let's set up an appointment for a full exam and a round of boosters to make sure she stays healthy, Carson suggested. Sounds like a good idea. Jessica admired the way Carson watched out for the animals and for her clinic. For that, she decided not to tease him about his brow waxing. Taking the file out of the holder next to the door, Jessica scanned the information before entering the room. Hello, Mrs. Woodward, how's Gertie doing? She's feeling a little foul today. Jessica chuckled as she opened the pet carrier and Gertie the duck wandered onto the counter. I'm sure Gertie will fit right in around here today. Let's get her fixed up. It should have come as no surprise after the day she'd had, and the way the dog was on her mind, that Big Red was waiting for her on the deck next to the salty dog when she got home. Hey, buddy. Haven't seen you for a while. She swiveled her head to make sure the coast was clear before giving him a good scratch behind the ears. Big Red plunked his backside down and wagged his tail. Fine, I'll feed you. But after that, you're going to my clinic and we're going to find you a nice, happy family. Jessica slid open her door and retrieved the small can of dog food, a plate, and a leash. In less than an hour, the worry she'd had over this dog would finally be behind her. No more scanning the parking lot every time she came home. No more looking over her shoulder around town or checking alleys. If she could just get Big Red some shots and time with Anthony in the grooming station, there were several clients who would love to have him. Excited about the prospect, she hurried back to her patio and then onto the dock where Big Red waited. It's not much, she apologized for the paltry offering, but it's better than seaweed. Big Red waited patiently for her to open the can and slop the contents onto the plate. Your manners have improved from the other night, she commented, remembering the way he'd barked at her to get the food. Big Red stood up on all fours, his eyes on the plate. As she went to set the food in front of him, the leash jangled. He backed up 2 steps. Patience. If he felt threatened, he'd run off. She needed to take her time and coax him into trusting her. Come on, boy. The food is right here. Jessica moved away in an effort to appear less threatening and to give him space. Big Red crept forward and took a tentative sniff. That's right, it's good stuff. Jessica waited until he was deep into the meal before moving forward with the leash. Her stealthy movements were wasted because Big Red saw her coming. He scrambled, his nails scratching her deck as he bounded away. Afraid that the dog was going to encounter Sasquatch, she bolted after him, far enough behind that she hoped she didn't appear to be with him despite the leash she clutched in her right hand. She didn't have to worry, though. Big Red found Luke and began circling his legs like a maypole. Luke's steps slowed as he got nearer to Jessica. His eyes ran over her in an I can't believe it's you kind of way that was the sweetest thing ever. His thoughts were all right there on his face, plain as day. Jessica's heart sped up. His beard was still shaped, and his face was still swollen. His lips were also shiny, like he'd had something slathered in butter for lunch. She'd bet he tasted great right now. Breathless, Jessica said, "Hi." He was close enough that he could reach her, but Big Red continued to circle him, keeping them apart. "Hey." He half-turned so his cheek wasn't as noticeable. Jessica appreciated his shyness, but wasn't about to let him get away with it. "I've got some glycerin for that bruise." "Nah, it'll be fine." "Cut the tough guy act." She grinned. "You want it gone, don't you?" "Are you kidding?" He cocked his shoulder. "I can say I was in a bar fight." "A bar fight?" Jessica scoffed. "Moby Dick's has a bar." She smiled. "I'll let you have that one on a technicality." Luke shook his head. "Honestly, I can't believe you're talking to me. That had to be the worst first date in history. You should be running the other direction, and screaming, and waving your arms." He threw his hands over his head and made his eyes go crazy wide. Considering the day she'd had, her date with Luke was pretty tame. "Well, dogs are pretty good judges of character, and he seems to think you're okay." She nodded to Big Red, who looked back and forth between them before lying on Luke's shoes. "I think I'll take the risk." She held out the leash and whispered, "Can you get this on him?" Luke shrugged and leaned over slowly. The moment the leash jangled, Big Red was up and running again, sunlight bouncing off his coat. Jessica happened to open the gate just as he approached, giving him his freedom. Jessica groaned. So close. She'd almost had him, twice. And he'd managed to escape once again. If only he knew that life would be so much better with someone to love. She stopped, diverting her gaze. To care for him. She took the leash back from Luke. "You want some chili?" "Sure." Luke looked over his shoulder. The dog bounded around a wall and disappeared from sight. "I think I'm changing his name to Houdini," said Jessica as they made their way to the end of their finger of the dock. "I call him Fido." Jessica shook her head. "That's so unoriginal." Luke shrugged. "I have a hard time remembering names, so a generic dog name stuck." "Really?" Jessica opened the sliding door and cleared her purse off the table. Her boat wasn't small, but it wasn't the size of Luke's boat. She kept minimal household items, and everything had a place or else everything would be all over the place. Her natural organizational skills came in handy living on the Salty Dog. "I would have thought your massive brain would have plenty of space for names." She switched on the old dial radio, bringing soft music into the cabin. "Are you calling me Big Head?" Luke asked good-naturedly. He stood in the middle of her floor. Jessica found herself brushing against him at every turn. How could one man take up so much room? Not that she minded. Luke's nearness made her skin tingle. "No, I'm calling you smart." She winked before pulling a saucepan out from under her sink and opening a can of chili. Luke continued. "I recognize faces easily enough and remember facts about people like where they work or what division they're in. It's putting the names and faces together that gives me trouble. I had a professor explain that names are meaningless labels to many scientists." "Interesting. You remembered my name." She turned to face him and he was there, so close that if he took a deep breath she'd be pressed into the counter. He ran his fingers lightly down her bare arm. That's probably because your name had meaning for me, said Luke, his voice low and intimate. His gaze dropped to her lips, and Jessica caught her breath. A loud buzzing screeched through the small space, making Jessica jump in alarm. Luke instinctively tightened his hold on her. They turned toward the radio with Jessica pressed into his side. We interrupt this broadcast with urgent news. There have been 7 confirmed cases of butterfly flu in Mexico City. Chapter 13. Luke cursed. He tightened his one arm around Jessica and used the other hand to turn up the radio up. We have confirmed the cause of death through autopsy results. The individuals did not seek treatment and may have infected others. We're working to contain the disease but urge citizens to stay home, said the mayor of Mexico City. Like that's going to happen, growled Luke. He sank into the couch, his fingers sliding down Jessica's arm and catching her hand. He couldn't seem to let go of her completely. The physical connection was stimulating murky areas of his brain and tingling his skin. Jessica sat next to him. Luke's hand slid to her knee, allowing him to remain connected, grounded, and in control of the grief and anger at being restrained from working that threatened to overtake him once again. Blue Pharma says that the flu is known to spread rapidly through heavily populated areas. It may only be a matter of time before Texas and other border states begin to report cases of infection. According to their spokesman, they are working day and night on a cure, but there's no way to stop the spread of the disease. Germ Tech Farm was the only company close to a cure. However, their CEO, Lucas Scott, has disbanded the project while under investigation for his sister's death. The president will speak in a half hour about the possibility of closing the border. KTXY will continue to bring you breaking news as it happens. We now return to your regularly scheduled programming. Jessica gathered her hair and twisted it into a messy bun on the top of her head like she was about to get serious. Luke liked the sexy nerd quality in Jessica, it was both natural and becoming. Were you really that close? She asked. Luke nodded thoughtfully, his mind half on the question and half on the gentle slope of her neck she'd just revealed. He'd really like to explore that slope. Not only were we close to a cure, we were working on a vaccine. We wanted to keep people from getting sick in the first place. She poked him in the shoulder. Smart. Polio could be fought, but the lasting effects of the disease were life-altering. With the inoculations, no one gets rickets or has to straighten their legs with braces or any of the other issues polio leaves behind. He thought of the black and white pictures he'd seen of parents lined up with their children to have them vaccinated. Right. We didn't know what the lasting effects of the butterfly flu would be because it's so new, so we figured stopping it before it started was the best option. Makes sense. Luke tapped his temple. Makes sense up here. I wasn't fast enough. If I'd been able to give my sister a shot before she left to pick up the baby, his voice caught. After clearing his throat, he continued, she'd still be here. He cleared his throat again. The darn lump wouldn't go away. Jessica's eyes softened. He liked that there wasn't sympathy there, though she had that in spades. What he found was empathy. She didn't die because of you, Luke. I know it sounds trite, but it wasn't your fault. Tell that to the world, he bit out, lifting his hand to indicate the radio, where his sins, or apparent sins, were on repeat 24 hours a day. She threaded her fingers through his. Luke wondered if she felt half the thrill from the palm-to-palm contact that he did. You figured out how to grow the bacteria, that was huge. Luke's head came up. How did you know about that? She lifted a shoulder. I did some research. Tyler's article? Yeah. She snapped her fingers. The problem reminded me of another disease, but I couldn't remember which one. She shrugged. It will come to me. Maybe it would, but he doubted it, because the butterfly bacteria was unlike anything he'd seen before, and he was on the leading edge of germs, bacteria, and viruses. Or he had been. He wasn't on the verge of anything medical these days, however, he was on the verge of falling in love with Jessica. Of that, he was certain. He used his free hand to trace the outline of their fingers. Chapter 14. Jessica reveled in the soft caresses, the way Luke held her hand as if she were fragile. She would like nothing more than to wrap him up and hold him hostage in her boat for the rest of their lives. They'd carve their own little piece of heaven right here in the marina. They'd share quiet evenings in the cabin and spend their free time on the sea fishing, or just letting it lull them as they dreamed and kissed. But Luke wasn't Big Red. She couldn't put a leash on him and then fill his life with love, good food, and company. He was a man, a very big and handsome man. And there was this flu. Squeezing her eyes shut, Jessica tried to block out the thoughts that came through like words from a bullhorn. As much as she wanted to keep seeing Luke, keep kissing Luke, and truly love him for the rest of her life, Luke didn't belong to her. He wasn't free to make a commitment with his heart, because his head had a purpose. She had to do the right thing, even if it meant ripping her heart out in the process. He hadn't realized that he had a place in this world. Oh, sure, at one point he'd known right where he needed to be. But then Brianna died. Losing someone, especially like that, left a person adrift. She knew, she'd felt the same way without Grandpa. Going through the motions was all she could muster for a while. And then one day, she'd saved an animal's life and seen the tears of joy on her owner's face. That was why she was here. She'd forgotten for a bit. Maybe that was the real reason his and Jessica's paths had crossed. Not to become best friends, lovers, and husband and wife, but so that she could set him in the right direction. Unfortunately for her heart, that direction was away from her. Luke and his company and the world were all bigger than her needs. The irony was that she'd finally found a person she trusted more than a dog, and she had to send him away. Jessica searched for the right words, words that would let him know she wanted him but knew she couldn't have him. Oh, life, you could be so cruel. I guess it's probably time for you to get back to work. What? Luke's hand stilled. Jessica swallowed the tears that threatened to shake her resolve. From what I've read, you know more about this than anyone on the planet. I know how science works. You guys keep things close to your lab coats and don't share. I get that. But if you aren't working for a solution, then it could take years for someone else to catch up, and more people will die. Luke was shaking his head before she finished. I've been banned from the lab. Besides, even if I did find the formula, the FDA wouldn't accept my findings. Make them, Jessica whispered, struggling for control of her voice. Salk gave away the polio vaccine. You could do the same. I've been blacklisted. I bet. Luke stared at their hands. I'm a dead end. The chili bubbled and hissed on the stove. Jessica extracted her hands so she could move the pan off the burner. She turned around and leaned against the counter for support. The small distance allowed her to clear her throat and say with false cheeriness, "You're pretty smart. You can figure this out." Luke gasped and stared at her in shock. That's what Brianna said. He fell into her couch, rocking the boat, and buried his face in his hands. A lot of good it did her. Jessica stood beside him and brushed her hand over his back. Sounds like a smart woman. She was. She got busy dishing up their chili. Something had changed in the air. The current that ran between her and Luke was as strong as ever, but there was a new line of electricity. This one came from outside of them, and she couldn't help but wonder if Brianna was pushing her forward. Handing Luke a bowl of chili, Jessica settled next to him, tucked her feet underneath her, and blew on a spoonful. He leaned back, and she leaned into him, not ready to shove him away. She didn't have to be cruel, she just needed to give him the confidence to open up his mind and let it do what it was created to do. Luke stared at the beans and spices while the wheels turned inside his head. She'd gotten him thinking, good. He took a taste of the turkey chili and then another, like he thought it was going to be horrible, but it turned out better. She smiled to herself. They ate in silence, her memorizing every piece of him and him deep inside his head. What did you mean when you said that the butterfly bacteria reminded you of another illness? He finally asked. Jessica swallowed. I remember reading that there was some disease that was hard to detect because the bacteria wouldn't grow in traditional laboratory environments. It had something to do with armadillos. She lifted her shoulder. I was going to Google it today, but there was this duck. Leprosy, blurted Luke. His eyes sparked. Jessica stopped her spoon in midair, caught up in how beautiful he was in that moment. Honestly, this man's brain was his best asset, and that was saying something, considering his tapered waist and stunning blue eyes. That's right. Several cases pop up in Texas every year because armadillos carry the Mycobacterium leper. Luke stood. It could have mutated, he muttered. There are dozens of leprosy colonies in India. Jessica watched him pace across the small space. 3 steps one way, 3 steps back. He glared at the chili bowl in his hand as if it had personally offended him because it interrupted his train of thought, then set it on the counter so he could gesture freely as he threw out words like microbes and phyla. Jessica smiled sadly. He was seriously cute when he was thinking hard, with his jaw set and his eyes taking on an intensity and inquisitiveness that took her breath away. If it was possible, she was falling in geek love with the guy. Okay, not just geek love. Real love. Because under that nerdy brain of his, Luke was a good guy. The type of guy who would take the blame for his brother-in-law and risk his own life so his nephews would have one parent to raise them. He was the type of guy you hung on to. Luke's eyes suddenly lit up, and without a word, he put his hands on both sides of her face. Pressing his lips against hers, he said, I have to get on the server. Kiss. Kiss. Jessica kissed him back with everything she had. Go. He moaned and ripped himself away. With a long look over his shoulder, Luke slipped out the door and was gone before Jessica's lips had a chance to cool. She hauled herself off the couch and shut the door. Chili didn't sound good anymore, and her small boat suddenly felt like an empty warehouse without Luke to fill it up. She'd wanted to keep him all to herself, but she believed what she'd said. He was the one person in the world who could stop the spread of the butterfly flu, stop the deaths, stop the fear. As much as it pained her, she had to let the best guy she'd ever met go off and save the world. Chapter 15. Jessica hadn't seen Luke for days. His day boat was tethered to the side tie, and there were lights on here and there, but they were always on, night or day. Was he working in there, or had he gone back to his lab? He'd said he was locked out. She checked for signs of life when she left for work, when she ran errands, and right before going to sleep, because she missed Luke. Missed having him around to joke with, to talk to kiss. They'd had a shockingly short amount of time together, yet her heart was his. Perhaps it was because they'd seen each other at their worst and it didn't matter. Or maybe it was because they connected mentally, both loving science and helping people and animals. Or maybe it was because their hearts were made to be one. Whatever the reason, she felt as empty as the toilet paper shelves at the grocery store. She stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck of the Salty Dog, watching the incognito, hoping to at least see movement around in the upper cabin. He had to come up for air or food sometime if he was there. She made her way onto her own deck. Her gaze was fixed on the incognito, so she tripped right over Big Red, who was sleeping on her boat. Boof! Red! She caught herself as she fell and rolled to avoid landing on the dog. He was over her in an instant, trying to give her big, slobbery dog kisses. Cut it out. She shoved him back and sat up. You're a menace. She affectionately rubbed both sides of his neck. I told you it was her dog. Jessica looked over her shoulder and found Sasquatch and the harbor master, Garth Templeton, watching her with Big Red. She scrambled to her feet. He's not, I swear. Jessica. Garth shook his head. Garth, this isn't my dog. He's a stray. Then why is he sleeping on your boat? Accused Sasquatch. I don't know. Red nudged her hand for another scratch. She stepped to the side, and Red followed with a whimper. Her shoulders sagged. Garth pointed to his phone. If he's a stray, I'll have to call animal control. Jessica's heart dropped. After 5 days, Big Red would be put up for adoption, and after 30 days he'd be put down. Can you give me a week to find him a home? He's a great dog, well-behaved and full of love. I know I can find him a family, I just need a little time. I'm sorry. Garth studied the wood planking. Sasquatch nudged him as if to say, get on with it. Jessica, if he's your dog, I'll have to evict you. Please don't ask me to do that. Garth had sent flowers when Grandpa died, and he'd attended the scattering ceremony held on Little Toot, the tugboat that gave tours of the harbor. Sasquatch grunted. If his glower was any indication, he was ready to untie her boat and give her a nice shove towards the channel. I saw her feed him. Jessica narrowed her eyes. What was with this guy? Was one night of sleep worth ending an animal's life or getting her kicked out? Jessica leaned against the cabin wall for support. This is my home, she said with tears in her eyes. I asked her to feed him, Luke called from his upper deck. Jessica took in every scruffy inch of him. His hair was a mess, sticking up in all directions, his clothes were wrinkled as if he'd slept in them for days, and he was the most gorgeous thing she'd ever seen. Big Red, come, he commanded, and Big Red obeyed, bless his furry little heart. He bounded onto Luke's houseboat, his tail wagging. Sir, said Garth, you're required to have your animals secured on your boat at all times and leashed when on the dock. He glanced at Sasquatch. I'm going to have to issue you a citation. I'm not living near that thing. Sasquatch jabbed a finger toward Big Red. I have allergies. He rounded on Jessica. And she's on probation. She shouldn't have an animal on her boat, even temporarily. Jessica clasped her hands to keep them from shaking. It was true. Just by entertaining Big Red, she'd broken her agreement, and Garth had every right to kick her out. She can have my slip, offered Luke. Excuse me? Asked Garth. Luke saluted them. Bon voyage. Is he really leaving? Asked Sasquatch as he scratched his hairy belly. Jessica considered buying him a shirt for Christmas or something, a gift for the whole marina. But she really couldn't concentrate on that right now. Not when the houseboat's engines had kicked on. They purred ever so low and rumbly, reminding Jessica of Luke's voice and his hands buried in her hair. She jumped from her boat and ran to the end of the dock. Will you untie me, love? Luke called over the side. Love? He'd never called her that before. Considering their audience, he wouldn't hold her close and profess his feelings. But she wished he would. Jessica swiped her eyes, wishing she had more time. There was so much left unsaid, undone, between them. Luke hurried down the spiral stairs, and Jessica rushed to meet him, flinging her arms around his neck. "Where are you going?" she asked, her voice strained. Luke cocked a grin. "I'm off to save the world." Jessica tipped her head back and laughed through her tears. "You figured it out?" "I did." She felt her heart sag like newspaper in the rain. She sniffed back the tears. "Then you have to go." "I do." He tucked her hair behind her ear. "Come with me?" Jessica considered throwing a bag of clothes on board and hitting the high seas with the man she loved. "How long?" "I don't know." Luke pressed his forehead against hers. "You need to be here. This place needs you. The animals need you. This is your home." "I wish." "I know." Luke closed his eyes. "This could take a while. It's complicated." Jessica gave a gusty sigh. Saving the world always is. She hoped she sounded more confident, more sure of this path that took him one way and left her here. He was right, she couldn't up and leave her employees, her friends. They counted on her. "If you want me to stay, I will." Searching his eyes, Jessica saw the truth in his words. He would stay for her. He'd give it all up just to be with her. But how long would they have, really? Besides the uncertainty of life, the butterfly flu was on the move, it could snatch either or both of them in no time. "You have to go. The world needs you and what you can do." "Jessica." Luke breathed her name, sending chills up her arms. "I lost my purpose, and it was you who helped me find it, you gave me a new direction." Jessica grinned even as tears fell on her cheeks. "If you call me your rudder, I'm going to kick you in the shins." Luke kissed her, his lips smiling against hers. "I love you." She soaked in the words. He meant them. A man who asked her out while she wore kitten pajamas and who rescued a stray dog was the kind of man who meant it when he said he loved you. "I love you too." Their lips met in a hot and desperate attempt to absorb as much of each other as they could. Who knew when or if they'd ever meet again, and Jessica wanted to make sure Luke would remember her, remember the way she loved him, and hopefully come back. Big Red barked from Luke's upper deck. "The captain says it's time to go," said Luke. Jessica kissed him once more. "Go," she said, knowing it would be better for both of them to just rip apart than to painstakingly drag it out in a long goodbye. She may never heal from the separation, but the sting would diminish with time. She watched as Luke climbed the stairs, gave one final wave from the upper deck, then disappeared inside the cabin. Jessica moved to the tether on the right and glanced to her left to see Sasquatch untying the rope on the other side. She coiled the rope around her arm and then tossed the bundle onto the houseboat as it slowly pulled into the channel. Sniffing, Jessica waved, not knowing if Luke could see her but needing just one more chance to say goodbye. "Let's just forget about all this, okay?" Sasquatch said to Garth. His shoulders hung heavy with regret for having driven Jessica and Luke apart. He must have been a romantic at heart. There was that lady with the champagne flute that night, perhaps he understood love after all. Garth nodded, and the two wandered off. Jessica sat on the end of her slip and dangled her feet over the edge. They might be able to forget, but she never would. Luke was the love of her life. It was written on every part of her soul. Some might argue that she couldn't know if she truly loved him, not after so little time together. She would argue back that she knew her heart. "She could no sooner forget Luke than she could the sun come back to me," she whispered over the water. "When you finish your quest, come back." Her plea was swallowed up by the screeching of a gull. Jessica pulled her knees to her chest and stayed there until the sun went down. Chapter 16. Jessica leaned into the breeze on her face as she worked her way through a bright red lobster at the Fresh Catch Cafe. The local arts and crafts show was going on just east of the wharf, and the weekend fishermen crowded the end of the pier with hopes of catching dinner. Rusty had a small TV, much like the one in her boat, going in the kitchen. He'd gotten hooked on Days of Our Lives and kept one eye on the screen for weekend recaps while he boiled lobsters and deveined shrimp. Bear frowned as he swiped her cup. "Refill?" "Sure." Jessica gave him a half smile. Bear patted her on the back. "Jessica boo, I wish you'd cheer up." "It's that guy, isn't it?" said Rusty through the window. "If I ever see his face again, I'm going to throw him off the end of the pier." Jessica smiled, for real this time. Rusty and Bear were not only good friends of her grandpa, they'd become treasures in her life as well. They knew all about Luke, as they'd asked her if he'd needed his face rearranged when he'd left. She'd laughed and then cried and told them the whole story. They were shocked to find out who he really was, and said that if he was that smart, he would have stuck around. But she knew he had to go. He had to test his findings, and he couldn't do that on a houseboat in the harbor. That's where their love had grown, in a safe harbor. Now it was out there, being buffeted by distance. She hadn't tried to call him, and he'd only texted her once. She'd burst into happy tears at the picture of Big Red surrounded by Luke's nephews. They were all grinning, and Big Red looked thicker in the face. He was being fed well. Jessica sighed. "We had 2 horrible dates and a few fantastic kisses. Why do I miss him so much?" "Because you love that no-good runaway." Rusty waved his ladle threateningly. "Yeah, there's that," Jessica agreed. Her love radar had been out of service for so long that she hadn't noticed Luke sparking it to life again until he was gone. Then, the loss of signal was painful. The last notes of the ending credits faded away, and an announcer gave the station identification before turning the airwaves over to their local news anchor, Janice Worthy. "Big news today from Blue Pharma. They've recently hired several of the scientists who worked for Germ Tech Farm on the butterfly flu formula." Everyone within hearing distance of the TV stopped what they were doing and turned. Jessica leaned forward, her heart racing. During a press conference today, they announced their change in direction. The scene switched to a walnut-colored podium in front of a blue curtain. "That's him." Jessica pointed to the screen. "The man who punched Luke at Moby Dick's. I'm pleased to join the Blue Pharma team. Now that we've found the cure, we're going to switch gears to preparing an inoculation to prevent the spread of the disease. We believe that isolating those who have contracted the butterfly flu and then preventing its spread through vaccination will stop the disease in its tracks." "How close are you to this miracle drug?" Stephen's eyes sparked, and Jessica sucked in a breath. "Luke gave him the formula." She couldn't explain how she knew Luke had handed over the single most valuable formula since the polio vaccine, just that she did. Her love for him doubled. "I believe we already have the key, it's just a matter of testing and getting approval from the FDA." The camera cut back to Janice. "With the butterfly flu spreading, the FDA is expected to make testing the Sunshine formula its top priority." Cheers erupted. Several people slapped their friends on the back as if they had a hand in solving the puzzle. Jessica smiled so big she felt her heart lift. He did it. She hugged herself. Over his shoulder, she saw a picture of Luke on the television. Straining, she caught part of the report. Autopsy results revealed that Germ Tech Farm's experimental drug did not kill Brianna Sullivan, sister of Germ Tech Farm's owner, Lucas Scott. "We contacted Lucas Scott's spokesperson and were told that he does not have a statement at this time." The rest was drowned out by the noisy chatter of people passing on the news to those who hadn't heard. "I'll be right back with your drink." Bear shook the ice in her glass and took off. Jessica took her stool and watched the faces of those around her. Eyes lit up. Hugs and kisses were handed out. People pointed and talked and let go of fear as if everyone realized that this was one of those events that went down in history as a "where were you when X happened" moment. Feeling like an outsider, Jessica leaned over her plate, not really hungry anymore. Something slimy brushed her leg, and she jolted. "You scared me," she told the shiny-coated dog. He nudged her again and then looked pointedly at her plate, the scamp. Although there was something familiar about his big brown eyes and red coat. It couldn't be. "He's only pushy because he's had Rusty's lobster before," said a deep, wonderful, familiar voice. Jessica followed the dog's leash up to a tan arm, then up to a chiseled jaw covered in 3-day stubble, and finally met the most striking pair of blue eyes she'd ever had the pleasure of gazing into. "Luke?" Jessica couldn't think of what to say. She daydreamed about this moment for 3 months, and now that it was here, her mind was shocked into a state of happy oblivion where the ability to talk was somehow lost. Luke brushed the hair off her cheek, sending warm tingles throughout her body and jump-starting her brain. Are you back?" She almost didn't dare hope he was here to stay. "Until the world needs saving again," he quipped. She laughed, grabbing the front of his shirt and pulling him closer even as she got to her feet. "So you're like a superhero now?" He placed his hands on her hips. "Nah, I'm just a guy who lives in a boat and plays with numbers." Sobering, Jessica said, "You gave Stephen the formula, didn't you?" He pressed his finger to his lips. "That's our secret." Rusty and Bear watched them closely, although they appeared to be more concerned about her than they were about Luke. "Your secret identity is safe with me." "What about my heart?" Luke kissed her forehead. "Because I'm pretty sure I left it with you when I sailed away. It's right here." She laid her hand over her chest. He picked up her hand, inspecting each finger. "What?" she laughed. "It's missing something." She lifted her hand and looked it over. Her bare fingernails stared back. "What?" "This." Luke slipped a diamond-studded band around her third finger. It fit perfectly and was exactly what she would have chosen. Simple enough not to interfere with her work or catch on an animal's coat, and yet beautiful and sparkly. Luke leaned close, his breath warm on her lips, teasing. "I missed you, Jessica Lee. Sailing away into the sunset is overrated. Being away from you was harder than being away from my lab." "That's saying something." She winked. "Marry me?" Jessica moved her hands to his shoulders, reveling in the feel of his body so close to hers and experiencing the tangible proof that he was right here, right now. "Yes." He lifted her up, spinning them around until Red's leash wrapped them up. He barked, not wanting to be left out of the moment. "It's about time." Rusty yelled through the screen. Bear clapped his agreement. Jessica laughed. "Do you still have your day trip boat?" Luke pulled away slightly. "Yes." "Why?" "I'd like to go on a picnic, just the 3 of us where we can catch up. I have so much to tell you." Jessica thought of the turtle she'd saved and the story there. It was a good one. "Me too." Luke kissed her, and Jessica kissed him right back. They untangled themselves from Red, waved goodbye to Rusty and Bear, and made their way to the dock. Standing on the deck of his houseboat, Luke wrapped her up in his arms and took his time saying a proper hello. Jessica soaked in every kiss to her cheeks, her neck, and especially her lips. Luke's coming back was so much better than if she'd made him stay, because she knew he wanted to be there. He was a man of honor, and he'd chosen her, which filled her with trust and allowed her to open her heart and pour out the love. There was no reason to hold back, not with him. With Luke, her heart was always safe. Epilogue. Jessica stood at the big wooden doors to the chapel. Under her satin kitten heels was a wood floor that the pastor claimed had been laid by Spanish monks. It was dark with age, and the nail heads were thick and rough-looking. She loved it. Any second now, a single violin would begin to play, the ushers would open the doors, and she would walk up the aisle to join Luke in front of the pastor. The problem was that her feet were stuck to the floor and she couldn't breathe. She'd dreamed of this moment ever since Luke had slipped a ring onto her finger, but now that it was here, she was terrified. Terrified in a good way. Oh! She was such a mess. She glanced at the huge mirror to her right. Her dress, simple with long lines and no frills, hugged her tiny curves and draped behind her in a 3-foot satin train. The neckline was higher than the dresses princesses wore, and she loved it. She loved the way she felt so beautiful in her wedding dress. Her hair was half up and held in place by the veil. 2 layers of tulle that fell almost as long as the train. The rustling on the other side of the door stopped, and she realized people were taking their seats. It was time. She drew in several breaths, but couldn't seem to satiate her lungs. This was bad. Just as the violin started and the doors began to crack open, the outside doors flew open and Rusty and Bear strode in, wearing tuxedos. She stared at them in shock. Of course, they were on the invite list, but they never took a day off, never. "What are you two doing here?" she asked as they stood on either side of her and offered their arms. "We're walking you down the aisle." Rusty winked at her. But what about your customers?" Bear shrugged. "Our most important customer is right here." He patted her hand. Her eyes welled up with tears. "You guys." She stomped a foot, and a tear fell. Rusty's eyes widened in alarm. "Don't do that. You'll make me start crying too." He always cries at weddings. It's a total turn-off. I never get a woman's number because he's blubbering in the corner. "Who cares?" Rusty countered. "Weddings are horrible places to pick up women anyway." Jessica chuckled at their banter. It was just what she needed to release stress and get her moving. Bear straightened as the doors opened all the way and the music overwhelmed them with its sweet melody. They started their walk, and Jessica kept her eyes on the floor for the first few steps. Once she looked at Luke, there would be no one else in the room, and she was saving that moment. She smiled and nodded to her parents, who sat behind Emily and the other employees from her veterinarian clinic. They'd flown in, happy to celebrate with her. Their flight out was scheduled for later that night. They had things to do, after all. Jessica wasn't hurt by their whirlwind attendance to her wedding. She'd made peace with their parenting style long ago. Several of her longtime clients and their owners were also in attendance, as well as people she knew from the harbor. On Luke's side of the church were billionaires, millionaires, business moguls, and all the people he had to invite because of his company. In the front row was Juanita and her family. She grinned and dabbed her eyes as Jessica glided past. Luke's assistant had been a miracle in Jessica's life. She'd stepped in and helped her plan the wedding on top of everything else she did for Luke. The woman was a powerhouse. Jessica was almost there. Finally daring to lift her eyes, she met Luke's loving gaze, and her world stopped and stared. He looked incredible. He'd grown his beard back out, much to her relief, and his hair was just long enough to brush over his forehead and for her to brush away when she wanted to feel his silky locks between her fingers. His blue eyes overflowed with love and tenderness as he too took her in. She'd never felt so perfect just being herself. He reached for her, and she hurried the last few steps to take both his hands in hers. He lifted her hands to his mouth and kissed her knuckles. Then he winked. She grinned. This was her man. The man who'd saved the world, and no one would ever know. He didn't care either, because he cared more about people than he did about his bottom line. That was only one thing she loved about him. There were so many others. "Dearly beloved," began the pastor. Jessica didn't hear anything else. All she could see was Luke. He said things. She said things. She put a ring on him, and he put a ring on her, and before she knew it, she was swept up in a kiss that she prayed she'd never forget. "I adore you," Luke whispered against her lips. Jessica framed his face with her hands and deepened the kiss. She would never get enough of him. Their family and friends, and many of Luke's business associates, cheered. Jessica's circle had grown, and her heart had grown right along with it. There were some wonderful people in this world, and she thanked Luke for introducing her to them. But mostly, she thanked God for sending her a broken man who needed some love. Because when they found that love, both of them blossomed and became more than they were before. They went to leave, but Tyler stepped in front of them. As the best man, he'd stood next to Luke, but Jessica hadn't even noticed him there. He hugged her close. "Thank you for saving my brother-in-law." She hugged him back. "I'm the lucky one." He laughed as he stepped back. "You'll be singing a different tune when you trip over his clothes in the middle of the night." He slapped Luke on the back. Luke returned the affection. Jessica watched the two of them chat for a moment. Perhaps one day Tyler would love again. Because love wasn't something that could be put off forever. It would come for you, usually when you least expected it. That's what had happened to her. She hadn't been looking for Luke, but he'd sailed into her harbor and dropped anchor when the whole world was in turmoil. Even in all of that, love won. You've been listening to Her Brilliant Billionaire Doctor, a romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Read by Christina Dymock.
Thank you for joining me here today, and I hope you enjoyed this short romance and that you have a wonderful, wonderful week and know that you are very loved. I will see you on the next video.